well. Hope everyone's having a good day. So, yes, we're here for NXT. And NXT, of course, has been very exciting over these past few weeks. We've seen the arrival of Cruz Montana. We've seen the arrival of Grayson Waller. We've seen the arrival of Zilla Fatu last week, and that was a big one. That was a big one. I think people are going to be very excited to learn more about Zilla, kind of see him in action. I don't know that we're seeing him in action tonight, but what we do know is that Cruz Montana is going to be calling out Zilla Fatu. So, Cruz prepares to call out Zilla on tonight's episode. As well as that, we've got Parka, EK Prosper, Tristan Angels, and Romeo Moreno clashing in a AAA Cruiserweight Championship. Number one contenders, Fatal 4-Way. So we're really seeing a lot more AAA talent being used on Raw, being used on NXT. I think there's probably an acknowledgement that they are ahead of the kind of current product when it comes to in-ring. I think that AAA, that is arguably their great strength, is that in-ring quality, which just seems to be lacking a little bit when it comes to Raw and it comes to SmackDown, and dare I say, when it comes to NXT a little bit as well. So we're, seeing quite a bit of AAA presence right now. And we've got it tonight with Parka, EK Prosper, Tristan Angels, Romeo Moreno, all battling for a AAA Cruiserweight Championship, number one contendership. Then we've got Kendal Gray and Wren Sinclair taking on Callie Armstrong and Kelani Jordan. So we've got a tag match there. We've got Shiloh Hill taking on Jackson Drake. And we've also got Lucien Price. He's going to challenge Lexis King for his Speed Championship. So Lucien Price trying to see if he can get some singles golds. And then we've got Natty. She's going to be taking on Thea Hale. Obviously, we've seen Jada Parker sort of warning Thea that this is going to be hard. Thea wants the fight, wants the challenge. So we've got that tonight as well. So don't know what the big major talking point is going to be coming out of this show. I don't know kind of where... I mean, I'm guessing that Cruz Montana Zilla Fatu segment is going to be the big segment. We do have a championship match, as in like a speed championship on the line. It's not really something that counts. Obviously, we're working our way towards a big show at the end of this month. So, we're well on the road towards that. So I suppose we're just sort of getting to the point where we're just adding a few extra things to that show. I mean, I'd imagine these two probably get added to that show. So, a furious Cruz Montana plans to call out Zilla Fatu after what transpired last week. Montana and Grayson were in the middle of an epic battle to determine who would be the number one contender. But Fatu appeared and attacked them both to force a no contest. What will Montana say to NXT's newest edition? I mean, are they going to do a Fatal 4-Way for the championship? Would that even be fair on Tony? Because what has Tony done to deserve being put in a Fatal 4-Way? Not that that's ever bothered them before. But is this going to be a Fatal 4-Way? Are we going to do a triple threat for a number one contendership? And the winner faces Tony. The two losers maybe face each other at Heatwave. Could that be the direction that we go? I don't know, to be honest. I think the Fatal 4-Way's got to be on the cards, hasn't it? But it would seem pretty crazy for Zilla to come in and be straight into a title match as like his first match. His first match could literally be for the NXT Championship, which would be pretty crazy. But I don't know. I don't know where we're going. We'll have to see kind of what we do with Cruz Montana and Zilla tonight. As we say, we've got that Fatal 4-Way. We've got this tag match. We've got a matchup here, Jackson Drake against Shiloh. It says in a high-stakes match, if Drake wins, he earns an NXT North American title match, and Brad Baylor, Ricky Smokes get an NXT Tag Team Championship match. I remember that now. He was backstage, wasn't he, in the office when this was kind of announced. So I like the fact they've put some in that match. So yeah, if Drake wins, he gets an NXT North American title match, and The other two in Vanity Project get tag title matches. Then we got Lucien Price against Lexis King, and Thea Hale takes on Natty. So there we go. That's what we've got on the show tonight. I'm sure people are going to want to talk about NXT. I'm sure people are going to want to talk about what went down on Raw. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of conversations about various different things, and we can jump into those right now. Let's move that over there. Go over here. Serious question, says Corey. Does NXT air live? I'm going to be in Florida next week. I want to go see the show, but I'm not finding it. Yeah, it does air live, and it's quite hard to get to, because you might notice a lot of the same people in the crowds. I don't know how they do it now, but I know that when I went to America a few years ago, you had to be a member of a Facebook group, and you had to kind of get ticket information that way. And so it was kind of like, it's a little bit like if you go, then you get first refusal for next week's show if you want the tickets for next week. So it's a little bit kind of closed doors in the sense of, yes, it is the public that are in the stands, but it's quite difficult to be a person that goes, I don't know if that's not now changed. I mean, that now could have changed, but I know that I looked into it when I went a couple of years ago to Florida, because I was like, damn, I'd love to go to the Performance Center, go to NXT. That'd be really fun. And I know that, like, I was asking people at the time, and they were saying, yeah, you've got to join this Facebook group, and you've got to sort of request the ticket for the certain date. Then it's, I don't know even then if you get it or how it kind of worked, but it's not like go to this website, buy a ticket. So it is a bit more complicated than that. Again, I'm talking a few years ago, though. I mean, it absolutely could have changed. But I did look into it myself when I went to America a few years ago. The house shows are simple. House shows are what you would expect, where you just go to like WWE, click on tickets, and or kind of go from there and buy tickets for the live events. So you can always go to a house show, and I'd really recommend it. So every time I go, I tend to go to the house shows, the live event shows. But getting tickets to the actual NXT show itself was tricky. King Gamer said, in terms of legacy, is it safe to say the Bloodline story will stand the test of time? Will it be similar to the streak? Will fans debate whether another person should have beaten Roman? I think the Bloodline story stands the test of time. Yeah, I don't know how it would stack up to the streak, though. I mean, that's a completely different thing, isn't it? That was kind of took 20 odd years to kind of establish, and was kind of ever present throughout people's lives. That's not really the case for the Bloodline. The Bloodline is really post-pandemic. Yes, they've kind of tied it back to the history, and they're talking about Yokozuna, and they're talking about Rikishi and The Rock, and, the previous family members, but really digging into Ula Fala's tribal chiefs, that kind of stuff. Feels like a more recent development. So I think the Bloodline story was a big story. It had a big payoff with sort of passing that torch to Cody. I think it had a good payoff, actually, because it needed something pretty big, pretty epic to wrap it up. And, what we got at the end of WrestleMania 40 with The Rock and Cena and Undertaker and Seth. And, I mean, it is kind of WWE's Avengers Assemble moment, right? So that to me is where the Bloodline story sort of really ended. I know it's still going now, but I would say that was really where the Bloodline we know kind of came to an end. After that, obviously, we ended up with doing like a bit of a Bloodline story, which wasn't as interesting to me. I don't think it was quite as interesting to other people. And, Solo just didn't really work, did he, in that position at that time? And we end up kind of getting to, as Roman said the other day, the Netflix premiere, which was early 2025. And that's where we do the Tribal Combat match. And, that Tribal Combat match was fine, but it was meant to be, rumors were, that was going to be WrestleMania. And I think that Solo just never quite connected. And as a result, they did it on the Netflix premiere. rather than at the biggest show of the year. So I think it was, I don't know, those were the fumes, if you will, that kind of were around after the aftershock from the actual event. And I think you could make a big argument that, the proper Bloodline story ends at WrestleMania 40. Then we do a few things after, as we said. Now it's kind of come back, obviously, this summer. Divided opinion, but I think people were really into the segment last night. I think people got a glimpse and a taste of some of that great Bloodline sort of those kind of big segments, those great Bloodline segments. We got a taste of that last night with Solo standing up to Roman, hitting him with that Samoan spike, laying him out, setting up potentially the 2026 Survivor Series War Games match, right? We're still obviously a good few months away from that now, but it does feel like that's where things are heading, naturally flowing. So will it stand the test of time? Yeah, I think this will be seen as, the key storyline of this era, the key storyline of this period. Will it stack up against a streak and other stuff? Who no one's going to know, are they? We won't know that until the thing is concluded, or this part of it is concluded, and we've kind of got the full picture. We don't even know how long it's going to be going for. We don't know how it's going to end. We don't know the other twists and turns that are coming. So, but I think, I can already sit here and say there was nothing bigger in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 than that Bloodline story. And I think if ever you're going to look back at that period, you're going to talk about that. So I fully expect it to stand the test of time, yeah. They do it by emails, said MJR as well. I think you do have to sign up for it. Outside of that, I'm just not sure. That's interesting. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a case that it is like that you have to go through certain hoops. It's not just go to a website and press the button. So difficult. I'd like to try and point you in the right direction, but difficult. Andy said, Days, I got a fun video idea. What about predicting where we'll be in 10 years with ownership and leadership wise? Yeah, interesting. I think that stuff is fun. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I just see some of that as a waste of time, really. Talking about where we'll be in 10 years. I don't know where we'll be in 10 years. I don't really have a chance TKO will still be in charge. I think that Ober's coming through, Bron Breaker's coming through. I think if I had some really exciting takes about where things were going, I might be more excited by that. But I don't really worry so much about looking that far into the distance, because I'm more interested in where we're going for Survivor Series, where we head in for WrestleMania, whatever. So I don't know, maybe we could sit down and just look at, I think it'd need a bit of work, wouldn't it? Because you'd want to sit down and go, right, in 10 years, how old is everyone going to be? You'd have a look at who's in Evolve. You'd have a look at okay, how old's PJ Vassar going to be? How old is Callie Armstrong going to be? So you'd have to sit down and work out all the ages. And then knowing WWE are going to favor people in their late 30s, early 40s for main event spots. Yes, they'll go younger than that if someone really good has come in. But, chances are in 10 years, there'll be people in that we don't even know who they are at this stage. So, I don't know. There's nothing really off the top of my head that I'd have as a hot take, or nothing we haven't already spoke about. I think Callie Armstrong's going to go on to be a big star. I think she'll get to the main roster. I think she'll win world championships, and she could absolutely be, up there with the kind of achievements that Bianca has achieved. I think that Kendal Gray has got that potential. I do worry a little bit about her size. I think that's one of those barriers that gets a little bit overlooked in NXT, because in NXT, they're just excited to have someone that can really excel at something. So they're excited that they've got this really great in-ring performer. And, they just sort of work with her, and, they do what developmental should do. And that is try and bring out the best in her, right? And they try and maximize what she can do. And then basically they're offered to the main roster, aren't they? You know, they're offered then to Triple H and whatever. This is what we've got, and this is what we've got out of them. The problem is, at that point, you then are competing with Rhea Ripley's, and you're competing with bigger girls. And I just think that size is a factor. We know that it's a factor. We know that if people were a bit bigger, they would have had better careers, because it is very marketable to go with someone the size of Brock, someone the size of Roman. And I think when it comes to the women, obviously you could make an argument it doesn't matter as much because a lot of women are on the smaller sides. But I just wish she was that little bit bigger, man. If she was just that bit bigger, if she was just like that Rhea size, then I think that I'd have a lot more confidence that we were really, really going to get behind her. But I just see that as being a concern. It'd be the same with Thea, you know. It was the same with Candice. You know, there's Io has obviously been able to overcome it. She's not the biggest, so she's been able to overcome it. So it's not impossible. It's not like it's going to be, you know, a career killer for her. But sitting here and looking 10 years into the future, that would be a reason to just go, not sure. I mean, look at Johnny. Johnny's a fantastic in-ring performer. Johnny's got the ability to do 5-star matches, and he's just spent 6 months planking, you know? I mean, what can Johnny do any more in the ring than what he's already done? He's probably the greatest male wrestler to ever come through the NXT system. In my opinion, he's number one. If you look at the quality of his matches, I don't think you can make an argument that anyone's been better in ring. You could maybe make an argument that someone has got better promo abilities, but actually I think Johnny's got a bit of charisma. I think he's a pretty fun character as well. If you think about the group The Way and how entertaining they were, I think Johnny showed that he can have a laugh and be fun. And, you know, they were doing skits around their house. Do you remember going around Candice and Johnny's house? And they were doing fun bits around there. I remember their TV got broken, and I think Indy brought them a new TV. And that's how sort of Indy started joining up with Johnny and Candice. And then eventually Austin Theory would come into the group, and you'd have all the humor with Dexter Loomis around and all that stuff as well. So I don't think it'd be right, or I would quite accept people saying that he's bland and boring. I don't think he is. I think that he does have some character, some personality. We've probably not done a very good job of bringing it out, but definitely I've seen some of that in NXT, and I can't ask for much more when it comes to the in-ring. I mean, he gave us some of the best matches I've ever seen in WWE. Him against Tommaso Ciampa, they faced several times. Him against Adam Cole, I think is still regarded as being maybe the pinnacle. You know, a lot of people point towards his matches with Cole, but I would also point to his match with Andrade as being maybe the best NXT match I've seen. We actually rewatched it on the members side. It was fantastic. So I think it's a good idea. Definitely, it's one that I don't know that I'd have any like hot takes with, to be honest. Other than, you know, someone like Kendal Gray may struggle a little bit because of her size. I hope she doesn't. I'm a big fan of hers. PJ Vassar obviously coming through. Lots of excitement around Zilla. I do like Cruz Montana. I don't know that he's going to go on to be this big, massive star. But I think he could be a very good addition to the main roster. But yeah, WWE is blessed having some good talent coming through. I like Keanu Carver as well. I think he's got a lot of upside. So interesting. Yeah, probably sitting down, mapping it out, working out ages. You could probably end up with something. Yeah. Big Time said, Days, do we think Roxanne will be ready for a spot if WWE pulled the trigger? We know that WWE is high on her. Will it be a Damien situation where she can carry the burden of the World Championship? Is she ready? You don't really know if she's ready until you actually put the belt on her, to be honest, because, I mean, you'd know a lot more if you were just talking to her backstage. It's going to be a massive difference, isn't there? If you speak to someone in Gorilla and they're all a bit timid and a bit nervous and a bit, like, full of self-doubt, and you need to keep going over and going, listen, you've got this, yeah? Yeah, okay, yeah. You know, if they're like really down on themselves and, you know, nervous and worried about looking at like a fool and all this stuff, you know, you might look at that and go, I don't know, man. I mean, she's struggling to carry the weight of now. Is she going to be able to carry the weight of being a champion? But equally, she might be backstage and she might be like, yeah, I'm ready. You good to go? Yeah, good to go. Anything else she needs? You know, she could be like that, completely switched on, completely ready. So without having that information, there's not really a way of knowing. You need to be around the person. You need to be working with the person. You need to understand kind of where they are mentally, because a lot of it is mental. A lot of it is to do with, you know, where they are headwise. I mean, she could have settled into that main roster. She could be asking for more responsibility. She could be very comfortable with everything that's been thrown her way. She's still very young as well. So I would say there's no great rush either. I mean, I don't think it's like we need to put a belt on her now. I mean, isn't she still like 24 or 25 or something like that? She might even be younger than that. I mean, this is a girl that is, you know, she's got the 15, 20 years ahead of her. So there's no rush. There's no fire. I think she's just naturally at the point now where she's been on TV for quite a while. I think when you talk about who could you give Money in the Bank to, I think just naturally Roxanne kind of comes to mind. But if she wins Money in the Bank, she hasn't got to cash it in straight away. You know, she could cash it in after WrestleMania next year or at WrestleMania next year or, you know, one of the shows post-Mania next year. And so she's got time to sort of get her head around and for you to work with her as well. That's another thing, isn't it? Like, you might give someone the briefcase, and if you're still not sure if they're ready or not, you can give them the briefcase and work with them and actually see, you know, how are they dealing with the pressure? How are they dealing with the idea of being world champion? You can ask them, do you think you're ready? I'm not going to hold it against you if you say no. Other opportunities can come down the road. But, you know, I don't want to put the belt on you and you crumble. So I need to know that you are ready for, you know, standing on your own 2 feet, not being in Judgment Day. I mean, you can have those conversations if you're Triple H. And you would have those conversations if you was Triple H. I would have those conversations if I was Triple H. And just see what comes back, see what gets said, and just take it from there. So, yeah, I think that there's a lot of communication that needs to be done. I don't know that you just look at what you get on TV and judge off that. Because, you know, I don't think you're really finding out about what the real person behind that is thinking and feeling. But, you know, she's at a point where storyline, character-wise, I think she's ready to kind of take that next step. So I would give her that... I'd give her that Money in the Bank. I'd have no problem giving her Money in the Bank. Unless there was something that was concerning me. Connor says... Days, Jacob looked interesting to me on Raw. I've got a feeling that there's a chance that we could see Jacob deciding to turn on Roman and Uso's. Thoughts? He could, yeah. He could. He is someone that I think is being asked a question of, which I really like. I think this is one of the strengths of the Bloodline. We've said before the relationships within the Bloodline were what made the Bloodline work last time. And I think that we're doing a good job of exploring that again. We know that Jacob is not happy with the Usos. And we know that when the Usos got those Ulafalas, you could see on his face he was upset, he was livid, right? That they had been recognized and he hadn't, right? And he was upset, but you can also tell that he's fiercely loyal to Roman. I mean, I don't question that even now. I don't think that he did what he did because he was, you know, upset with, well, he was upset with Roman, but, you know, I think if Roman had said to him, deal with this person, he would have dealt with that person. I didn't quite catch what Roman said to him, but I feel like Roman said to him, you know, stand back, I've got this, yeah? Because as soon as he started beating up on LA Knight, I think Roman was the one that wanted to do that. It's like, you can deal with, you know, Solo and other people, I'm not bothered, but I want LA Knight. And so he stood back. he stood back and he let Roman deal with LA Knight. But, I mean, the end result was that LA Knight Solo got the better of them all. And Jacob just stood there. You know, I tried to help. I got told off. I don't know what I meant to do. You know, there's a real sort of breakdown in communication, isn't there, where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If he'd have got involved, he might have got told off again. So I think it's a very interesting situation that Jacob kind of found himself in. And I think that you can see it from Jacob's point of view, but you could also see it from Roman's point of view. Like, dude, we were getting absolutely battered. There has to come a point where you're going to step in and help the bloodline. So I think that sets up another very interesting segment, doesn't it? Which is great, because that means next time we see Roman, he's probably going to be upset with Jacob, and I want to see what comes of that. And obviously people are now speculating that it could lead to Jacob leaving the bloodline. I mean, it may do, but it might not. We don't know. It could go that way. It might not go that way. We don't know. So again, we're exploring relationships. We're digging into questions about, is that going to happen? Is this going to happen? You know, we're getting to the good stuff. I think that we've kind of gone up a level with Bloodline again. Not from where we were years ago, but where we were a month or so ago. I think that, you know, we got the Bloodline back together so we could have a good summer. I think that they did okay. I think they could have done a bit better. I think that there wasn't really too much that was really happening. Felt like there was maybe something that was missing, but I still thought it was better than what we were doing with the Vision. And like kind of pushing the Vision to the side and really putting the spotlight onto the Bloodline felt like the right move to me. Because would you rather have just kept going with the Vision? Because I wouldn't. And if you're not going to keep going with the Vision, what's your alternative? Now, maybe some people could have come up with something even better than going back to the Bloodline. That's fine. But WWE just wanted to steady the ship. And so they went back to the Bloodline. That didn't feel like a wrong move to me or a crazy move to me. But I do agree that it wasn't quite hitting the heights of last time. There was still some good stuff, though. I mean, the whole Jacob kind of confronting Roman, not knowing what was going to be happening, as we were doing the whole Jacob Roman story. Like, all of that was good. Then obviously we had Roman kind of building towards Seth, and that kind of didn't really involve the rest of the bloodline too much. So it was a little bit quiet maybe during that period as they were going to SmackDown to try and get Solo. But now that's bearing fruit, isn't it? Now we're seeing that is really kind of coming through and is actually really, you know, at the forefront now. So very good segment yesterday. Very good segment. And as you say, some questions now around Jacob as to what is he going to do. He could leave. He might not leave. I would imagine if we did a poll, more people would say yes, he is going to leave. I would imagine more people would be leaning that way right now. Days Raw was leaning heavily into faction-based chaos. Judgment Day trying to reclaim the We Run Monday Night mantle, said AB. I think it's really hard, isn't it, for them to reclaim that mantle when JD is just losing on such a regular basis. So is Dominic. I mean, I would say the Bloodline men are running the men's side and the Judgment Day women are running the women's side. That's kind of how it feels. So, yeah, it is quite faction heavy. I agree. Wayne said, I think Solo and Jacob could be a good tag team. James said Raw was good last night. William, hello. Shout out to you, buds. Video Watcher said, I think Thea Hale will eventually go to the main roster, but she will marinate in the minor leagues for like 3 more years. Yeah, I like Thea Hale. I like her energy. I think she's fun. I would really lean her character into that. Make it fun. And I don't know that we're quite presenting her that way at the moment, so I'm not sure the presentation is 100% correct. But I think there is something there, and she's still young, very young actually. And so, you know, she's still kind of working things out and improving. And yeah, I mean, I still enjoyed her best when she was a cheerleader in Chase U. That was still my favorite version of her. And I think she was just fun. She would come out and like it was a really good role for her because she would come out with the megaphone thing and she would be like all animated and all excited. And she was like this really fun mascot for that group, really. Now she's obviously trying to be a wrestler, really a lot like all the other women, you know, wearing attire very similar to the other women, trying to be a wrestler just like all the other women. And I don't know if that's, I mean, it's not as fun. And it's not getting kind of the same crowd reactions. So I think she is that sort of like Scrappy Doo type character. That's how I see her. Just like this plucky underdog that, you know, you kind of root for. It's that sort of vibe. And I think I'd be interested in leaning. I think they kind of got it right with the cheerleader role. Not that she can't be a wrestler. She absolutely can. But I just think, I don't know about this presentation, man. I don't know about this presentation. So, but I mean, look, we'll see. They're obviously working with her. It's probably not the most pressured situation right now because she's still young. If they like her and they think there's a future, then you'd think her job would be secure. And so I think that there's, you know, it's not the most pressured. They can just try a few things and see if it works. If it does, brilliant. If it doesn't, okay, well, we'll try something else. Obviously, eventually she'll run out of time. I mean, you can't just keep, you know, staying in NXT. At some point, you know, that spot is going to have to be given to someone else that maybe is going to progress quicker. So, you know, eventually there will be pressure. But I don't know. Has she got another couple of years? Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. I mean, if we're still here in 2 years and we haven't made no forward progress, then maybe we've got a problem. But I don't know that she's someone that I'm expecting to get cut like next year or anything. I think that'd be really disappointing if she was, because that would say to me that they feel like they've exhausted all avenues, when I don't think we've really tried loads. You know, I think that there's lots of other things that we could try. So I agree. I like her. I think there's something there. I do feel that way about a lot of people, though, to be honest. I also feel like we haven't quite found it, though, at the moment. Days, I think if Jacob didn't attack the Usos in the Roman versus Jacob, Usos would actually stand up for him. I think since he attacked them, they feel like this is what you get, said Sean. If Jacob didn't attack the Usos in the Roman Jacob feuds, Usos would actually stand up for him. I think since he attacked them, they feel like this is what you get. Maybe. I mean, there's just issues between them, isn't there? He's never liked them since, like, you know, that whole feud, as you said. And I think that if they had gotten close since he joined, you know, if he'd been talking with them and, I mean, not even really apologizing, because I don't know that the Usos would necessarily be asking for that. They'd appreciate it. I don't know if they would ask for it, but that could make a good segment, couldn't it? That could make a good segment. But yeah, basically, like, we did do something along those lines where he said, I listen to you, I acknowledge you, but I don't give a damn about them, right? So, I mean, there's just been this animosity all throughout. So if that relationship had improved since he joined, then I think, you know, you could have seen a lot more cohesion. But, I mean, it's just broken, isn't it? But that's what I like, really. I like the whole exploring the relationships. I really think that was the strength of the bloodline last time. I also think it was the big weakness of the Vision. I don't know how Bron Breakker felt about Bronson Reed. I don't know how he felt about Heyman. I don't know how Bronson Reed felt about Theory, or how he felt about Seth, or even how he felt about Brom. I don't know. We never really dug into any of that. They were just guys that were together in a group, and that was as far as we went, really. The only time that we got a glimpse, maybe, was when Bron took out Seth, and then he went up to Heyman and went up to Bronson, and he was like, you know, join. He was out for himself. Join me. And they chose to do that. That was probably the best Vision moment, wasn't it? If we were going to rank Vision moments, the best Vision moments, I think most people would say Bron Breakker taking out Seth was the best moment. And it was the aftershock of that where he's reaching out to Heyman and to Bronson saying, you know, join me, be with me, or don't. It's up to you. I don't care. And they chose to. So, you know, that showed that clearly there wasn't a hatred that was there. Bronson didn't hate Bron. Heyman didn't hate Bron. They chose to go with him after that moment. But really, outside of that, there wasn't really anything else. I think that there was a lot of potential of stuff that we could have done. And we never really did much. I never really understood why. I thought that was a big booking mistake last year. But we've got to remember that last year, I think it was a slightly different Raw creative team. So as a result, we are in a different place now. Which is why when we came out of SummerSlam, I had confidence that Raw was going to be good. Because I think it had been good. And then it was like the last 2 weeks to SummerSlam, it went bad. So we had a bad week. You can always have a bad week, right? You can have a bad week any week. So we had a bad week. And then we followed it with a go-home show. And we all know what go-home shows are like. If you've been watching this channel long enough, when it's a go-home show, we go in with low expectations. When it is that final show before a pay-per-view, everything's done. Like, all the finishing touches are done. The feud is done. There's not really a great deal that you can add. You know, there's not really much that can be said that hasn't been said. Maybe you get a bit of a brawl, but it's done, really. It's done. So those go-home shows, you know, you get some video packages. You might get some little kind of finishing touches. You get some matches of people that haven't made the pay-per-view. You might get a match of some people that is on the pay-per-view. Sometimes they do that. But yeah, very rarely are they, you know, big shocks, twists, turns, or OMG moments. You kind of know that those shows are going to be like 6, probably at best, out of 10. So we had a poor episode followed by a go-home show. And, you know, everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people were like, end of the world. And it's like, it's not the end of the world. Raw has been good before that. And once we come out of SummerSlam, do I think that we're going to have another bad episode? No, not really. There's not really a reason to think we're going to have a bad episode. Is it a go-home show? No, it isn't. Shows coming out of pay-per-views also tend to be quite exciting because it is that fresh sheet of paper. So you get new feuds and you get potentially returns or call-ups or new arrivals. You know, we had Big Cass, for example. So kind of felt confident that coming out of SummerSlam, Raw was going to be okay. And, you know, they've been able to carry that momentum as we've come out of SummerSlam, which is great. And I think that that can absolutely continue, you know, moving forwards. I think that can continue all the way up to Sunday night's main event. The only thing I'll be worried about is maybe the go-home shows, because as we said, go-home shows can be a little bit underwhelming. But I think next week should be good. And don't forget, on Friday, we've got a big championship match. And don't forget as well, we're going to be in Mexico, aren't we? That'll be special when Raw goes to Mexico City and we do probably Penta against Roman Reigns. I mean, that'll be a hell of a match. I mean, that'll be a PLE-worthy match on Raw. So, you know, we've got that to come as well. So we've got big championship matches. I mean, if we were doing a PLE at the end of this month for the main roster, I mean, we would be looking at maybe Penta versus Roman. And we would be looking at Kevin against CM Punk. You know, we'd be looking at some of those type matches. It'd be a really good show. Be a really good show. Instead, we don't. So we're doing them on Raw. We're doing on SmackDown. That's just going to make Raw and SmackDowns better, isn't it? Around this time period. So lots of reasons to be, you know, excited, positive. Lots of good things that are happening at the moment. And it is nice actually doing opinion videos and seeing that that is actually how people are feeling at the moment. Big Time said, do we think WWE is missing sports entertainment or character work? Outside of big angles, mid-card is working with bare bones material. Everyone's sort of doing the same thing. I think we're building. I think there's elements that are missing. We don't do a great deal away from the ring, or, you know, kind of like the normal backstage segments that you would expect, you know, corridor segment or a locker room segment. But we don't really do, you know, parking lot brawls. We don't really do anything around people's homes or anything in that sort of regard. We don't do like many vignettes or anything where we're kind of seeing the wrestlers out and about in their personal lives. There's an element there where we can do more character work. We don't even do really sit down interviews backstage or anything like that. It's just Kathy Kelly going up to people, having a quick chat. So I think that there is room for expanding some of those areas. But I think if you look at the segments that we got yesterday, you know, you look at Bron Breakker being in a ring, calling out Ober, Heyman comes out, then Ober comes out. Then we get, you know, that kind of confrontation between those two with Heyman in the middle of it as well. I mean, that is exactly where you would want Heyman being in the ring for that. You know, you've got these two young talents, both of which are going to go on to main event WrestleMania, both of which will be world champions, both of which are battling to prove that they are the future of the company. Of course, Paul Heyman should be in the middle of that, right? That's exactly where you would expect Heyman to be, sniffing around the hot new things, you know, as he tries to attach himself to really whoever's going to emerge victorious. I mean, if Ober wins, I wouldn't be shocked if Heyman offers him his services. And actually, I think Bron Breakker's under the impression that Heyman already has, because there was a real show of respect, wasn't there? A handshake between Heyman and Ober, which Bron Breakker was kind of looking at. I mean, I think you look at that segment, you go, that's really good. You know, that's got like some extra elements to it. So we're not just getting these two people promo in. We've got that extra element, that extra question of like what's going on with Heyman. And then you look at the main event segment, like the way that built. And then, of course, we haven't just done Solo turning down Roman. You've got that question of what is Jacob doing, right? And I think those two segments in particular got that extra element of the question aspect, you know, the mystery aspect, the cliffhanger, if you will. They got that correct. And I think that there is some really good work that's going on there, which I don't know that you could say is character work, but you could argue it is. I mean, you could argue that there is a question around Jacob and where his loyalty lies, which is character work. And you could argue about where does Heyman's loyalty lie, and how does Bron feel about that, and does he trust him? That is character work. So, you know, that's a mid-card as well. I mean, Ober and Bron Breakker haven't got world titles. That's in the mid-cards. So, you know, there is some good stuff that's come out of yesterday's show. Obviously, it was a really good episode, so obviously there's going to be good stuff that came out of it. But, yeah, I mean, is there room for improvement? Of course. I mean, the Becky and Stephanie segment could have been stronger. I don't think there was necessarily a question that came out of that. We already know that Stephanie and Becky aren't on the same page. I think I would really have liked, actually, for there to have been a question around, could Roxanne turn on Liv? I think I'd like to see Liv causing some issues within Judgment Day. And then the question could be, is Roxanne going to snap? You know, is she going to turn on Liv? And maybe that could have been the question coming out of that, or when is that going to explode? Because there wasn't really anything teased, was there? No one's really asking that question other than no group stays together forever. So eventually someone's probably going to turn on someone. So, but there wasn't really a reason to be asking that question after yesterday. So I think that segment could have been stronger, and that was reflected in the community's scores. And then, as we said, you know, you could be doing some kind of off-site work as well, some more vignettes. But really, I mean, I gave that show 7.5. If the matches had been better, I mean, we would have been into the 8s, and that would have been an excellent episode. So I think you've got a blueprint there. I think you've got a blueprint of the kind of thing that you want to be getting close to on a regular basis. You just got to get that in-ring better. It's such a shame that the AAA talent has just not quite delivered when it has come over to Raw. And I said yesterday in my breakdown, and I think it's one of the big lines to kind of take from the breakdown, actually, is Triple H needs to ask the question why. He needs to ask that question why. Everyone should be asking the question why. If I had the answer to it, I'd do a video on it. I don't have the answer on it. Why are we watching AAA talent, luchadors, facing each other on Raw, on SmackDown, in a singles match that's being given time? It's not that it doesn't have time. It's being given time. And the quality is so obviously not of the same level as a Saturday. When you could do that same match on this Saturday at AAA, and I promise you that match is going to be much better. What is the difference? And everyone's going to have slightly different thoughts on it. Some people will blame commercials. Some people will say that the WWE style is watering them down. I don't know what that means specifically. I'd like specifics on that. Why can't they just do what they do on a Saturday? I mean, this is the whole point in doing it, surely. The whole point in doing it is so that because you could have just done a fatal 4-way on AAA and, found the winner, and then that person faces Roman. The reason why you do a bigger tournament is because you want people to watch the action on Raw, on SmackDown, get hooked by it, and then tune in on a Saturday. These matches are to promote AAA. They're to promote, wow, if you enjoyed this person, if you enjoyed Al Fiscal, if you enjoyed Dr. Wagner Jr., if you enjoy La Parka, make sure you're tuning in on a Saturday, because there's a good chance you might see them. Otherwise, you just do a fatal 4-way, wouldn't you? You do a fatal 4-way or whatever on AAA, crown the winner, that person faces Roman. But instead, we're doing it this way. Look, whoever wins this thing, it looks like it's going to be a WWE talent, because we've got Dragon Lee has progressed. He's taken on Rey Fenix. Penta is taking on La Parka. I don't expect La Parka to win. I think it's going to be Penta against either Rey Fenix or Dragon Lee. So, it's not like we're using this tournament to really build someone. I can't say we've really built anyone from AAA. Instead, we're just promoting the WWE talent that's on the main roster, right? So it's not that. It's not that we're trying to build a big new star from AAA and get people to... We could have, We could have. Maybe we could have had, if he wasn't injured, we could have had Vikingo in. And maybe Vikingo could have ended up, doing well and, impressing people, and maybe that could have convinced people to have tuned in on a Saturday. But instead, this is meant to be, hey, check out what's happening over in AAA. You don't want to miss this. But I don't know if that's worked, because I don't know that people will have watched that action and really been that impressed. You lot have been scoring it good 92, good 93. I mean, these are not mind-blowing. People are coming away from yesterday's Raw buzzing about Rey Mysterio, Chad Gable. I mean, that doesn't really have anything to do with AAA outside of Rey as the general manager. That's it. So, I think that there's a big question there about why. Because if that question can be answered, and it could be the producers, it could be whoever has produced the match, has taken talent we know we can get more out of, and they have not got the most out of them. That is a big concern, because that says to me that the producers are not maximizing the talent that we've got. They're leaving far too much on the table. Why? Why are you doing that? I think there has to be a question around the producers, the match producers. I think there has to be a question. I would be asking that question. I've said before, if I'm Triple H, you can have a go at me for, storylines and, you brought the bloodline back and, you've put the belt on this person and all that stuff, right? You've had this person win the Rumble. Is that really what you want the WrestleMania card to look like? You can have a go at me for all of that. But when the bell rings, right, there might be a couple of spots in there that I've had a chat with, but the bulk of the match is put together with the match producer and the wrestlers, and they work together to construct the match. So if the match is not very good, I don't know that blaming Triple H is the right person to point the finger at. Yes, ultimately it's his fault, but there are other people like the actual wrestlers, like the match producers, that do carry, I would argue, the majority of the weight, right? When a match is really good, we praise the wrestlers. We don't praise Triple H. When a match is really good, we don't go, wow, Triple H, you killed that. It's the wrestlers. Everyone's buzzing about Ray's performance and Chad's performance. The word will come out, this was the match producer for that match, and they'll get some praise as well. So it's funny how, when the matches are good, it's the wrestlers that get praised. If the match is bad, you can see people, complaining about, Triple H and complaining. I think having to go at Triple H is, just on trend, which is understandable considering, where we've been. But I think there's definitely something there that needs to be looked at. Something's not right when it comes to the match quality. The only good thing is we just got a banger. We just got an absolute banger with Ray and with Chad. And actually, even if we didn't have that match, I thought Soul and Lyra delivered something very entertaining. I really enjoyed that match. And don't forget, we just did JC and Tiffany. And I thought that was one of Tiffany's best matches. So you might even make an argument that there has been some improvement. There is some positive movement. And we are seeing now on a more regular basis, granted a very small sample size, but we are seeing now a bit of improvement when it comes to some match quality. So another reason to be cheerful. Days, I look at Lyra's character and I wonder how fun would it be to have her in therapy sessions. Burning feathers in trash cans. Maybe someone telling her to go shower. She snaps, goes walking off into the rain. Well, I think that would be fun. I think that would be a good thing to explore. We've done therapy sessions, haven't we, with a few people. Daniel Bryan obviously comes to mind with Kane. Alexa comes to mind. So we have done those a couple of times, and they can be really entertaining. I think that Lyra is in a prime position for that, so I think that'd be good. I think seeing her burn her feathers would be good as well, because it's just a good visual of her very much leaving that old character behind, and by burning those feathers, you're sort of saying that you're never going to go back to it because I've burnt it. You can always get new ones made, but I think there's some symbolism there. I think there's some good optics there. I think that, there's some stuff there that we can do. I prefer the singles matches, said King Notorious. Jeremy said Triple A is always great. Stephen said Triple A has got some good storytelling. AB said, do we think Ray was going to win when we were popping huge to those 619s? I for a second I did, yeah. I'll tell you the bit that he got me on, and that was the second 619. He had me then. Because that first 619, you're thinking he's going to miss this, right? Because that's probably where the match is going to change. And then he hits it, and you're like, oh, okay. Well, 1619. Okay, that's big. Yeah, he could get the win here. Then when he sets up for the second one, you go, right, okay, I got it now. So he hits the one to get your hopes up. He misses the second one, yeah? And that's where the match changes. When he hits that second one, I'm like, okay, I don't know now. I don't feel like Chad's about to kick out of 2 619s. So this is it. This feels like it. So for that moment after that second one, yes. But it only lasted as long as when Ray goes to the corner. As soon as Ray goes to the corner, you go, right, he's missing this. So it's fleeting, but it is there. And as soon as he goes to the corner, I think he even said, he's going to miss this. Because it's another opportunity for Chad to move out the way. I think Chad actually gets his knees up. And Ray does the splash, comes down onto the knees. What was brilliant, though, is that does not immediately lead to a finish. I think he might have gone for the pin and there was either a reversal or a kick out. And, I think when you talk about the psychology of wrestling and you talk about the psychology of finishing a match, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. you know, hitting the finisher and then not going for the pin, but going for another finisher or going for the same move again. If you miss it, people are going to think, oh, right, yeah, that was it. That was his chance, right? If you hit it, people are going to think, what the hell's going on, right? Is he going to do it? If he had gone for the pin, then I would have been very interested to have seen what would have happened. I suppose Chad would have had to have kicked out because Chad was obviously always winning. So I suppose he would have had to have kicked out. But they, you know, in my mind, kicking out of 2 619s is not a normal thing to do. And actually, yeah, you do start thinking, is this going to be Ray's? So, I mean, they've got you at that point. And if ever they've got you, if ever you're finding yourself wondering, where are we going with this? What the hell's happening? And you're just watching it unfold and you are invested. Well, that's when you know you're watching something really great. Because to be honest, a lot of matches you just sort of watch and you enjoy some moves and you enjoy like maybe a change of pace, or you might enjoy some selling. I don't know how much you're like really grabbed by it. You sort of watch it, and it's, yeah, it's fine. This is fine. This is good. But you're not, there's a big difference, isn't there? There's a big difference between a normal match that gets good 93, good 94, something like that, and what you scored all time 47. I mean, you are in. Do you know what I mean? There could be a fire behind you, and you'd be like, it'll have to wait, right? I need to see how this finishes. Because you're just grabbed and you're invested. You just cannot turn away. This is a story that you need to see the conclusion of. And a great classic match will do that to you. I mean, it was the 2 619s that was the absolute cherry on top. But, I mean, that was a great match even before it got to that stage. Even before it got to that, they'd still been doing loads of different moves and reversals. And I think Ray had seen that mask versus mask, and I think he wanted a taste of being in the ring with Chad. I think he wanted a taste of being in the ring with that guy, that kind of mask versus mask guy, you know. He wanted that experience in his career, because I don't know at this stage if WWE are asking Ray to do that or if Ray is asking to do that. But I could totally see Ray wanting that experience with Chad's, wanting to get into the ring with the guy that just put on one of the great AAA matches. I mean, it's got to be one of the great AAA matches of all time, hasn't it? I haven't watched loads of AAA, but of what I have watched, the mask versus mask is the top match I've seen. And so I've got to think that it's up there with, you know, the great AAA matches. So you could understand Ray wanting that. And I'd love to have heard some of their conversations backstage leading up to that match. I'd love to have heard some of the chats about what should we do, you know. I feel like it was a very well structured match. I felt like the pace of it was very good. I felt like there was a lot of thought that had gone into it. I mean, I'm sure there are large elements that were called on the fly, but there's definitely sequences and spots that were planned in advance. And it feels like a real, I mean, I don't really want to use the word masterpiece, but it does feel like it was a very well structured, well thought out match that I think really did have a lot of kind of work put into it. I don't think that they just went with it and did it and, oh my God, look what we've done. Certainly not that finishing bit, you know, to do 1 619 and then go for another and hit it and then go for the splash, and even that not be the finish. That says to me they must have spoke about that in advance. And if they didn't, if they were doing that on the fly, that is seriously impressive. That my appreciation for that match would just go even higher if they were like calling it in the ring. I mean, when you're in the ring, right? I've heard lots of wrestlers talk about this. You're obviously going off the crowd, right? So they could be calling it. I don't think they were, but I think, like, you know, he could have said, I'll go for the second one, let me connect. And so he does. And then Ray might be thinking, okay, well, I can't go for the pin. I don't want him kicking out of 2 619s in a row. Splash, knees up. So then he goes up top, splash. Chad gets the knees up, goes for the cover. But I mean, like, how would they know that that's not where it ends? Because it does carry on past that. Like, there's so much that happens. That's why I think it was planned in advance, because I don't see how you could call every single moment, because it kept going and it kept getting reversed and they kept going back. Do you remember, like, the ankle lock that Ray was getting out of and then Chad would get him back into it again, you know? There was a real fight. There was a real struggle. Just when you thought it was going to end, it kept going. And that's why, for me, I think that it was probably, like, parts of it, the finish especially, was probably planned in advance. But if it was called on the fly, that would be sick. That'd be so sick. Great match, though. Really great match. And it shows, doesn't it? It is possible to have great matches on Raw and SmackDown. Seriously great matches in 2026. I was starting to wonder. Chad's Mysterio was the match of the year on TV, said Alex. It was genuinely amazing. I hope they do get another match at a PLE down the line where they can work more magic. Yeah, I'm in agreement. Honestly, I'm in agreement. I think as well, I sort of went in with low expectation because, and I shouldn't have really, but Ray is such a legend. You know, he's such a fantastic performer. And Chad is, you know, I mean, honestly, at the top of his game in 2026. So even though Ray is 51, he can still do stuff. We've seen that, right? So I probably shouldn't have gone in with low expectation, but I really felt like it was just a pretty simple, straightforward match for Chad. He's going to get the win. It's against a legendary name. It's going to look good on the resume, but I don't know. Beating Ray in 2026, what is that worth? You know, he's 51. Is that going to be an epic struggle? Is it going to be a real battle? Or is it going to be some nice work? Chad gets the advantage, gets the ankle lock or an angle slam or whatever it might be. Boom, done. So for there to have been the struggle that we got, and for Ray to have kind of landed those couple of 619s, and for it to have felt like the way it did, they did an incredible job. Yeah. I would not be against a rematch. You know, I would not be against... I mean, it'd be kind of fun, actually, for Ray to just now really be distracted backstage. And for people to come up to him like, Ray, you okay? And he's like, I had him, man. I had him. 2 619s connected. I shouldn't have gone for that splash. Like, it's all right, man. It's all right. It's like, listen, Chad is probably the best in-ring performer that WWE has got in 2026. And at the age of 51, I pushed him to his limit. Do you understand how big that win would have been for me in my career to have got the Intercontinental Championship at this stage in my career? Like, do you understand what the record books would have said about that? Like, how big of a deal that would have... This would have been one of the biggest moments. Anytime you win a championship, it's obviously a massive moment. There are so many greats that have never won a singles championship. I had a chance to do it at the age of 51 against arguably the best in-ring performer in 2026. And I went to the well one too many times. I can't believe it. I can't believe I threw it away. And I think that you could really set up a rematch from that, because if you can convince me, and you probably could quite easily convince me, that Ray knows what he did wrong and he knows what he needs to do to beat Chad, and he wants that second bite of the cherry. And, you know, you've got to do a bit of work to convince me that it's not just going to be another match that's just Ray's not going to have a chance in, you know? You've got to tell me why it matters to Ray, why he's going to give everything, why there is more for him to give than what we saw, where he thinks he went wrong. If you can do that and convince me that there is a good chance the title changes, yeah, sign me up. Absolutely. I don't think anyone would be down on watching that match again. But I just think for a rematch, and certainly one that was going to be at a PLE, you might just have to do a little bit of that work, which is what I would look to do. I'd look to do that work. I think it could, I mean, we're only talking backstage segment there. Maybe like a little promo exchange before the match. It doesn't need loads of builds. But I think it's very respectful, you know. Ray is a babyface, Chad's a babyface. But yeah, you could run that back. People would definitely be excited to watch that again. So yeah, I agree. Very amazing, fantastic. If you've not seen it, you've got to go out your way to watch it. In fact, I should go out my way to watch it again, really. Because to be honest, I was watching it at the start and it was fine, it was good, but I was still in that mindset of like, Chad's got this. Chad's got this. And, I'm still thinking like, right, we got Roman coming up and blah, blah, blah. I'm still sort of thinking about how much time we got left and all this stuff. So, I mean, I am watching, but, was I watching every second, every move, watching it unfold, watching it build? No. Knowing what I know now about how amazing it all finishes and concludes and builds, and it's like a crescendo. I probably should go back and watch again. It's only about, I think I saw on Cage Match, it's only like 11 minutes long. I looked at Cage Match last night, and it had an 8.5 rating, which I thought was quite light. I was expecting it to be better than that. So here we've got, if we go over, it's gone up to 8.68. So 8.68. I mean, it's a very good score. It's a very good score. And actually, look at this for Raw. So, I mean, Cage Match has got this reputation of being very harsh on WWE, being very negative on WWE. But, I mean, the truth is that the praise will be there if the praise is warranted. I mean, how often is Cage Match above me? Normally, it's like a whole percentage below. I mean, there is no way this is 10 out of 10. These people are just drunk, right? How can this show be 10 out of 10 when the first two matches are in the 6s? Come on, shut up. So if anything, they've gone a little bit too crazy, right? So, yeah, I mean, this isn't like 10 out of 10 or anything like that for me, or even 9. I was 7.5. The majority of people have been in the 7s. I ain't got if you think it's an 8, I ain't got no problem with that. I'm struggling with 9s and 10s and things. As we said, the opening segment could have been better. A bulk of these matches could have been better. But, that match, 8.68, goes 13 minutes 14. Second highest rated match was Sol Ruka against Lyra Valkyria. That got 7.33. So 7.33 for Sol Ruka against Lyra. 8.68 for Chad and Ray. And as you can see, a couple of first matches getting like 6s. Dragon Lee, Dr. Wagner Jr. doing a bit better. That was at 7.22. I don't know that I would have been quite that high. I think it's worthy of being maybe a 7, 6.9, something like that. 7.22, probably just a touch above what I think. But I think it was better than the Rey Fenix Alpha Scale match. Crowd seemed to be more into it as well, actually. So, yeah, really good. And that's a really good score, isn't it, for Raw? Hopefully that continues tonight with NXT. Kader said, do we think Bronson makes his return at Saturday night's main event during Ober-Bron match? Maybe causing a DQ, hoping to start a feud with Ober. I don't know about starting a feud with Ober. There's probably a chance of it. I think it'd be a real shame if that's what happens. I think it'd be a bit of a cop-out. I actually don't think we need a cop-out. So I'm going to say I hope not. I know that like WWE might feel like they need to protect Braun. I actually don't think they need to protect Braun. I think that Braun just needs to kind of show that he can go toe-to-toe with Ober. I mean, if he gets in there and causes Ober big problems, almost has him, ends up losing, I don't think that's an issue. I mean, that's just part of storytelling, isn't it? Braun then can be just absolutely, mentally sort of beside himself. I mean, how does a person like Braun Breaker deal with that? Because I think he genuinely believes is the next big thing, right? Of course. And how is he going to deal with a loss? I'd be very interested in that. I'd be very interested to see how Braun Breaker deals with a loss to Ober. And I just don't need the nonsense of protecting Braun. I mean, what is there to protect right now? Braun Breaker is arguably a broken prospect who was kind of moved out of the spotlight following the Seth feud. gone into the tag division. People started to feel a bit of sympathy for him as a result. And now they've kind of gone, okay, coming out of SummerSlam, I'm going to put you into a match with Oba. So this has been brilliant for him. It's been brilliant because, I mean, think about it. If Oba was feuding with someone else, what would Bron be doing? He'd just be getting slowly frustrated backstage, having to watch Theory and Maxine. So even being in this feud has been great for Bron because, you know, it reframes him again. All of a sudden, you're seeing someone that is not scared of Oba Femi. He's not scared of him. He's not bothered. Oba's coming down and he's just watching him and he's just thinking, I just want to batter you. I just want to murk you. I mean, that actually makes Bron look like a badass without him even doing anything. The fact that he's even willing to stand up to Oba and actually, you know, I mean, is there a tougher challenge right now than Oba? I mean, I think Oba beats Roman when they meet. I don't know that there is a tougher challenge than Oba. I don't need Bron being saved when he's facing the toughest challenge, when he's facing arguably the top of the mountain. We just don't know that if it is the top of the mountain yet, but I think he will be. So I'm hoping not. I know people out there will be like, oh, they buried Bron and all this nonsense, but shut up. You know, people win and people lose matches, right? And I think we do too much protecting. I think there's too much outside interference. I find it frustrating. One of the first things that really jumped out to me when I watched NXT Black and Gold was actually the amount of just clean results. There wasn't actually loads of outside interference around like 2013, 2014, going into 2015. I was watching the shows on a weekly basis, and that was something that really stood out compared to the main roster, was that it just felt like there was a lot more clean results. And I suppose part of it is because it's NXT. It doesn't really matter, you know? It doesn't really matter in NXT and developmental, or at least it shouldn't really matter. I mean, it's developmental. What are you protecting? You know, in the grand scheme of things, when people get called up, it's, you know what I mean? It's a reset. So I feel like with Bron Breakker against Oba, I would really be pushing for that to be clean. You know, Oba wins by count out if you really want to protect. But like, yeah, I would really be looking for like a clean result rather than Bronson coming down. If Bronson's going to get involved, maybe an upset Bron Breakker is attacking Oba after, jumps him after Bronson comes down to kind of join in. Maybe you go that way. I'd be all right with that. And then, you know, people would probably ask, why didn't Bronson come down during the match? He'd just do a segment backstage where Bron thanks Bronson for not getting involved. Bronson can say it looked like it was hard work. Bron's like, toughest match of my life, to be honest. But I know I can beat him. And that's just not a burial. It's just not a burial. He's not buried. He's buried if he finds himself then going to catering and he's not used on TV. That's buried. But like losing a match and then being on TV after, being down about it, rebuilding, overcoming that obstacle, like that's not a burial. That's not a burial. That's a word that gets thrown around very easily, isn't it, in 2026? So, could Bronson come back? Sure, of course. It could be a way of protecting Bron. Do I think Bron needs protecting? No, I don't know what we're protecting. I think he's as low as he's probably going to be on the main roster right now. You know, he's not really on a radar. You know, he was not in a good place pre-SummerSlam. And this has been brilliant for him, this feuds. And I don't know what will necessarily protect him right now. I think he's, in my mind, rock bottom would be not getting used on TV. But if you're on TV, then feuding with Alpha Academy is probably pretty close to being rock bottom. So, you know, going into SummerSlam is feuding with Otis and Tozawa. What are we protecting? What are we actually protecting? What amazing things have Bron Breakker been given that we're protecting? Even if he loses the tag belts, does anyone care? Tag division doesn't mean anything, does it? Tag division doesn't mean nothing. they lose the tag belts and give a flip. So, I mean, at the moment, he feels like he's pretty low down the pecking order to me. He isn't in reality. I think that, you can always pull the trigger on Braun. Give him like a number one contenders win, give him Money in the Bank, give him Royal Rumble win. I mean, he might feel like he didn't. I mean, I'm right in saying he didn't make the SummerSlam cards. I don't remember him being at SummerSlam. I don't think he made it. And, people were questioning as to, why we didn't have something better lined up for him. People were questioning, is this really what we're doing now? Messing around with Otis and Akira Tozawa. So, I don't know. I feel like he is a bit lost. I think he's at a pretty low point. I'm not sure what we would necessarily be looking to protect. I don't think losing to Oba should really affect anyone. I think pretty much everyone is going to lose to Oba. I think Roman is going to lose to Oba. So, yeah, I would kind of put my 2 cents in a creative room, really pushing, because I think it benefits Oba to get a win over Braun as we continue to build him, hopefully towards Roman. I don't think it hurts Braun too much. I think that he can easily bounce back from it. I think actually it sets up a very interesting rematch down the road where Oba can say, we faced last time, I beat you clean. And Braun can say, I'm not that person anymore. And it just sets up that for the future. Boom. Great. Oba, Braun can be a generational feuds. They're going to cross paths in various ways for the next decades. Whoever wins this one, it doesn't matter, said Shining Wizards. I feel that way. I know not everyone will feel that way. But I feel that way. I just think the buried term is thrown around quite a lot, I'm tired of people saying that Oba sucks, said Video Watcher. If you don't like Oba, do you even like WWE? Do people say... I'm not really seen too many people saying Oba sucks, to be honest. I think that his matches with Brock... certainly post-WrestleMania may have been seen as underwhelming. I think people definitely wanted more from the Hell in a Cell match. I think, you hear the same point, don't you, that it just started getting goods. And then it was a case that, we exposed the ring boards, did the tombstone spot. People were hoping for more, and then it just ended, unfortunately. So they wanted more from that. I'm not down on Oba, but I was disappointed with Brock getting the win in Clash in Paris, I think. I was disappointed with that. I know not everyone... No, Italy. Clash in Italy. I know not everyone agreed, but I just don't know why we gave Oba a pinfall loss there. I don't know why we did it. I didn't feel like it needed to go that way. I think it could have been a count out, I think it could have been like a dodgy DQ. I actually think that would have been better, because I think that if Brock had brought a chair in and tried to hit Oba with it, but Oba snatches it away and, hits Brock with it, and the ref sees that bit and calls for the bell, and Oba's like... it's Brock using his experience. It's Brock laughing his head off as he walks away. It's Brock going 1-1. Yeah. I think that's better. It's Oba losing, but he's not been pinned. And it is 1-1. And it is more annoying because, oh my God, he's got one over on you. He's used his experience on you, Oba. The one thing you definitely don't have. You've got strength and size and power and agility and all of these things, but you don't have that experience, do you? Because you haven't been doing this very long. I think that would have been smarter. But, whatever. They did what they did. I didn't like it. So I think there's a couple of matches there that people wanted more from or something better out of. I think the King of the Ring was okay. It was okay. Don't remember there being any real bangers that were in there. He's just a wrecking machine, isn't he? I mean, he comes in and he murks people. It'll be good actually. He won't do that against Braun, and he should not do that against Braun. He should try, but actually not succeed. This is where Braun can get something out of that match. So yeah, I would be very interested to see how they book it. Very interested to see how strong they make both guys, and if there'll be outside interference. And yeah, I think it should hopefully be a really good match. Could be Ober's best match on the main roster, actually, because I think it'll be his toughest, believe it or not. Obviously, the WrestleMania one against Brock is the biggest, but that was not very long, was it? It was only like 5 minutes. And I think at this stage in Brock's career, cardio probably is not his friend. Plus, also, he's fairly inactive, isn't he? So I suppose we shouldn't be too shocked that Brock is not going to be going longer and longer and longer. Like, I think that he keeps himself in good physical shape, but actually wrestling a match and having that kind of cardio, yeah, you're only ever going to get out of Brock so much. But you'll get a hell of a lot more out of Bron Breakker. Hell of a lot more. But obviously you are kind of losing a bit in power and strength. But maybe gaining a bit more in youth and athleticism. So, yeah, it should be good, man. Should be good. I'm really looking forward to it. Do we think Thea would fit in Alpha Academy? Yeah, I think she'd be a really good, fun little addition to that group. Yeah, I could see her fitting in that group. I don't know what the future would look like there for her, but I mean, that could be a really fun group. Couldn't it? It could be a really fun group. She could be the female in that group that sort of replaces Maxine. You know, she's not going to be a great wrestler. She's just going to be that sort of, you know, bouncing on the ropes, trying to, you know, have the tag maids, people chanting for Thea. She comes in, she's like, ah, do you know what I mean? Just kind of like this ball of energy. I would lean into the fun. I don't think she needs to be like a technical master in the ring. She just needs to be someone that the kids get excited for seeing come out, you know? Thea's here. You know, I suppose in a way I'm getting a bit of like Nikki Cross sort of vibes. You know, Nikki was a little bit that way as well, that she was that little ball of energy. I think Thea could probably watch some of Nikki's work. Not the Wyatt Six element, but the stuff when Nikki was teaming with Alexa. I wouldn't watch the Sanity stuff. I wouldn't watch the Wyatt Six stuff. I'd watch the stuff in between. I'd even watch a bit of Nikki ASH, actually. I think Nikki ASH I could see being kind of Thea-esque. And Nikki with Alexa, I think she could take some lessons from that presentation. I'm not saying she should be ASH, but I'm just saying, like, you know, have a look at the mannerisms, have a look at the reaction when hot tags made, take those kind of elements. Yeah, I think she could. I think it'd be a good use for her. Big Time said, would we think that Charlotte, Nia, Jade, Alexa would be locker room leaders for these NXT girls? JC was on WWE Radio saying that she's going to get to the point where she can fill that void. Are they saying that there is no locker room leader? I don't really know the dynamic of it. Would I expect them to be the locker room leaders? Yes, I would. I'd expect Charlotte. The only thing with Charlotte is we've seen that I think she's had her wings clipped, because I think she's meant to be that locker room leader that's there to help girls, show them round, make sure that they're kind of integrated into the group. They understand the rules. They don't step out of line. It's the Undertaker role, isn't it? It's what Undertaker did. You know, this is a fair place. You got to be respectful. You got to, you know, you kind of lay down the law. If you step outside of that, consequences, but not in a, you know, we can't do, you know, wrestlers court like was done back in the day. But, you know, you just have a word with them. You bring them back in line. Yeah, you are that kind of older, respected locker room leader, right? And Undertaker, I think, probably is the person that played that role the best. Arguably before him, you're looking at Andre the Giant Andre. Whenever he was around, he wasn't around all the time, though. Obviously, he was all over the world, wasn't he? But if ever Andre's in the locker room, there ain't no one locker room leading Andre the Giant, right? So Andre was the person that kind of made sure everything just stayed in line. So yeah, you would expect Charlotte to do that. I don't know if I'd expect Alexa really to do it. I don't know that she would. She doesn't strike me as like, she kind of strikes me as a girl that just keeps herself to herself, really. I don't know that she necessarily is going to go around. She might go up to like a new girl and just offer a bit of advice or whatever. I think I could see Charlotte kind of throwing her weight around a little bit more. I could see Charlotte taking no shiz, you know. I could see Becky doing that as well. I could see Becky being that person. I could see Bayley being that person. Natty, definitely that person. I think there probably are locker room leaders, depending on what locker room you're in. Don't forget, they're over on SmackDown. So over on SmackDown, I suppose, yeah, Charlotte should be doing it. Alexa, I'm not so sure about. Charlotte, yes. So, but then she's had her wing clips, hasn't she? Because she had that falling out with Tiffany. She got that wrong. She really got that wrong. And so I think maybe she's just kind of keeping herself to herself a bit after that. I don't know. So, I always saw Stone Cold. He doesn't give an F about rules, said Jared. Hello, Jared. Hope you're doing well. Days, it's messing up my Alexa when we keep asking what we want to know. Yeah, that's been mentioned before. Whenever Miss Bliss's name is mentioned, that it kind of causes havoc with those devices. Sonny, hello. Hope you're doing well. Let's go up. Where else are we? I remember when Nikki was that superhero. That was funny, said Dean. Yeah, not everyone was on board with that, to be honest, which I can understand. I saw it for what it was. I always felt it was a character for the kids. I always felt that it was a character for the young girls and, you know, maybe even young boys. I mean, I grew up at a time where we had gimmicks. You know, we had Skinner, we had Barbarian, we had Berserker, we had Jake the Snake, we had Undertaker, you know. There was maybe not as much of that around when she was doing the ASH thing. We didn't have Wyatt Six, for example. I can't even remember if Bray was in at that time, because obviously he was sort of released, wasn't he, and then came back. Can't remember. But, yeah, she was doing like this superhero, but she isn't actually a superhero. She's almost a superhero. ASH. So I sort of understood what her idea was. Obviously, the IWC hated it, of course. But it was more like, I don't know, are the kids into this? Are there little girls dressing up as Nikki ASH, believing that they can achieve anything, you know? I think the message was fairly positive, but it was a bit cheesy. It was obviously in the same bracket as Mighty Molly, Hurricane, those sorts of things. Perhaps we didn't get the costuming quite right. Perhaps we didn't get the name quite right. Perhaps we didn't get the overall presentation correct. Perhaps it needed to be a bit more humorous so that at least the adults could get something out of it. Yeah, that was the great strength of the Hurricane, wasn't it? It was pretty funny at times. And the costume didn't look quite as cheap as what Nikki's did. So, I don't know. The general idea, I think there was maybe some up there. In execution, it didn't quite land. So, but yeah, try it. Right. Evan Bourne, back to you, Dominic, says Albert. Daisy's always watching the chats. No, I'm always watching the chat. I'm always jumping in, catching bits when I can. We answered that. Lots of William chats. Oba one we spoke about. Days, imagine the reaction, said Word Life Cena fan, if Rikishi came out when Solo was getting the beat down. People have wanted him a part of this before, but I think the Usos have said he doesn't move too good now. I don't think his mobility is very good, because a lot of people wanted him involved when it was Jimmy versus Jay, and I think it was around that time I heard that he's just not in the best of health. It's not that there's it's not like anything major, but he ain't running to the ring, right? He ain't gonna come down, and he might be able to walk out onto the entrance stage and make his presence felt. I mean, maybe there's something that can be done there. Certainly, some in regards to backstage vignettes chats and things like that, or backstage corridor conversations. But I think there are some big limitations actually as to what he can do in 2026. So yeah, I don't know, not something we've gone to at the moment. Something we can always look at though. Okay, let's go down. Dave's LA Knight sucks. He needs to stay out the way of the bloodline business, says Bruce. Okay, Bruce, I hear that. He's got a lot of fans. I can tell you're not one of them. That's fine. I don't know what we're going to do with him. I don't think he wins the title from Roman. I think that's going to be quite frustrating for LA Knight fans. I'm not expecting us to go in that direction, but you know, let's see what they've got up their sleeve for him. I think there was a good point made by Andy the other day. He was saying that he thought LA Knight was going to win Money in the Bank. And I must admit, he was a front runner for me as well. But it looks like it could be LA Knight Roman and Money in the Bank. So it doesn't look like that's the plan, because I don't think they're going to have him in both like 2 matches. So yeah, I don't know what they've got planned. Maybe nothing. Perhaps it's just going to be a match with Roman that he loses. Then that sets up War Games, and you know, that's it. Like, that's it for him this year. I'm not sure. Do we think there isn't enough builds? Oba Braun started 2 weeks ago, and in 2 weeks they're fighting. Where's the story building? I don't know. I think this is okay. I don't think you necessarily need a story. I suppose you got to ask, do you need a story? Because the story here is, who is the next big thing? You know, the story is already there. You know, Oba's on the rise. Braun was on the rise, and then that wobbled. And now he's kind of standing his ground. I kind of like it, actually. I kind of like how Braun's standing his ground. Like, if you want to be the next big thing, if you want to be seen as the person we should all be paying attention to, well, you're going to have to take it from me, because I'm that person right now. I mean, he isn't. It's kind of like the ship is going down and this is his last post. You know, this is the last stand. Is like, he knows that he's not where he was. So he's got to do something pretty big with this kind of, you know, not last opportunity, but I mean, yeah, he's struggling, isn't he? He's not in the same, he's not swimming in the same waters that he was. You know, now he's feuding with Alpha Academy. So, but the one thing he does have is he is still this big prospect. He is still this person that was picked by Seth and was in the vision and was going to be the breakout star. And in his mind, he is still that. In his mind, if Oba wants to be really seen as the next big thing, well, you're going to have to take it from me, because that's exactly who I still am, regardless of what you think. So that is the story. I don't know really how much needs to be fleshed out about that, because we're just going to collide these 2 big prospects, and we're going to figure out once and for all, who is it. I think most of us would say it's Oba, and that's why I'm not down on Oba winning, because going in, I think it should be Oba. But obviously, people don't want to see Braun get wrecked, because I think there is still hope there with Braun. People might not be feeling Braun. The aura might not be quite correct, but I think people still look at Braun and go, no, you can't bury him. Still, there is still something there, you know? It's not that we don't believe it's not there. We just don't believe you found it yet. That's all. We just don't believe you've figured it out yet. You haven't quite worked out what this is going to be, or what this looks like. You certainly didn't do it when he was in the vision, right, with Seth and all of that. So yeah, I think that it's got its story. You don't really need a story of, like, I don't know, attacking him backstage and all this sort of stuff. It's already there. So I don't really mind that. In regards to the top end of the card, if you look at what we're doing with Solo, is he coming back into the bloodline? No, he's turned it down. Obviously, now that puts him on a collision with, like, Roman. Roman wanted him back in the family. Now he's kind of attacked. Like, that's a story that's unfolding. If you look at Randy and Cody, they've obviously got a rich history. And, in the build towards WrestleMania, Randy absolutely destroyed Cody during that contract signing. We saw the absolute mirror of that on Friday, where it was Randy in the ring steps. And actually, Cody now was the one that had the opportunity with the chair. So, I mean, was he about to do it? Was he about to actually, no more Mr. Nice Guy? We know Cody of old would have just thrown the chair away, been that bigger guy. Actually looked this time like he was going to swing that chair. So I feel like there's story there as well. So I think there is story. I don't think every single feud needs these big epic builds. Some of them can just be nice and simple. I think this one's nice and simple. Who's the future? Who is that next big star? Zilla has posted on Instagram saying tonight, turn on NXT, says Opala. Well, good news is we was planning on doing it anyway. So that is good news. He's going to be on the show. We know that we are getting Cruz Montana calling out Zilla, so it is going to be a Zilla episode. That is what Tuesdays are now. It's the home of Zilla. Okay, where are we time-wise? We've got, 20 minutes. Still got a little bit longer than I thought. I think it's bigger than a Sunday night's main event. Like, we're getting Oberbrom for free, said Jared's. I don't know. I mean, we don't have another pay-per-view, do we? I mean, maybe if there was a pay-per-view at the end of August, you would do it there. Or if there was anything in September, there isn't one. I mean, we're just going through this weird period right now where we've done SummerSlam right on like the 1st and 2nd of August. And then the next PLE isn't until Money in the Bank, which I think is in October. We know there's meant to be a crown jewel and we don't know what the flip's going on there because of Saudi Arabia. So, I mean, we're looking at CM Punk versus Kevin this Friday on SmackDown. We're looking at doing Roman Penta for the World Heavyweight Championship when we go to Mexico, which isn't as crazy, but, still kind of out the norm. It's not that often that you get Roman defending the championship on Raw or SmackDown. So it's not often you get Roman having a match on Raw or SmackDown in a singles match, right? Let alone defending the belt. So there is a bit of strange, weird things going on right now. I think it is to do with the fact we just don't really have like a PLE around at the moment. The closest we have to that is going to be Sunday night's main event. So if they end up stacking that thing, sort of treating it like a PLE, great, let's go. Let's make it as big as we can, let's go as big with it as we possibly can. I wouldn't worry too much about, it's on Peacock rather than ESPN, or it's not a PLE or things like that. I think with where we are right now, with the lack of premium live events, just go with whatever. Make the shows that you have got as big as you possibly can. It's just going to make them better for us, isn't it? Going to make them more interesting. I wish there was a PLE at this time, and if there was, I'm sure it'd be moved to that. But I don't know. I just don't know what's happening with the whole crown jewel thing. We were meant to get it. I heard this year we were meant to get 3 Saudi shows. We had Royal Rumble, we had Night of Champions, and we're meant to get Crown Jewel. And, I mean, just no words. Shining Wizard said, do we think there's a spot on main event? Do we think getting a spot on main event is a good sign for talent? Perhaps they might get used for something bigger. Well, I think it's better to be used on main event than not on main event. I mean, if you're someone that is excess to requirement, right? If you're someone that's just not really needed at the moment, you could be like Lyra, who is just, some weeks she's not needed for a match. Or it could be like a Jordan, who for a long time has not been needed. Or an Ilya Dragunov, right? If you're not going to be on Raw or SmackDown, then, yeah, next you want to be on main event. It's not ideal. I mean, it's going to differ because if you're Lyra, I think you was on main event last week, but then you had a match this week against Sol on Raw. So it doesn't really matter, does it? If you're on main event for a week, it just means they haven't got anything for you for this week's Raw. But that's okay. Because it might just be the next week they do, right? the bigger problem is if you're Ilya Dragunov or if you're Jordan Grace or Ivy Nile, right? And you are consistently missing out on Raws and SmackDowns. That's obviously the bigger problem. If you're just if you're just living on main event, I'd say that's obviously an issue. But again, you can make the argument, well, would you rather just not be on anything at all? Would you rather just be sat in catering or just sat at home not being used and not be on anything? Is that, I'd much rather be on main event. I'd much rather be able to share my match that I've had on main event on my social media and actually perform in front of a crowd and actually maybe do some stuff that could be clipped. Maybe I can do some stuff in the match that can be clipped, that can then be shared around. Like, did you see this on main event? This was sick. There are still things that you can do if you get given even some main event time. But obviously you don't want to find yourself living there like we've seen Apollo Crews living there in the past. You don't want to be in that situation. But I'd still rather be there than sat in catering. So yeah, it's difficult. I mean, you'd ideally want to be on Raw and SmackDown, but we know that TV time it's hard, isn't it? Unless you're one of the big names, there's no guarantee that you're going to get TV time. Unless you're a Roman or a Usos or Cody or Punk, or you've got a championship at the moment. Even if you've got a championship, say you're the mid-card champion, I mean, there might be weeks where you don't get used. Certainly tag champs and tag teams, it's a struggle. The priority is always the top end of the cards, and then really, as we said, everyone else is just having the fight of their lives. Days, it's insane how Oba is over and how over he is. I've not seen anything like it in quite a while today, B. Very over. Yeah, he's very popular and deserved. I mean, it's great to have that kind of excitement around, isn't it? It's great to kind of feel that there's... I mean, could you imagine if we didn't have him? Could you imagine, the question... The question normally is, who do you think is going to be the big star in the future? I don't feel like that question exists at the moment. I think everyone is fully aware that Oba is that person. And I think everyone is fully aware that, Trick's on the rise. Bron Breaker's obviously a very promising prospect. Zilla's coming through NXT. There's a lot of excitement around him. I won't be shocked if he makes it. Obviously, we've got Jacob, who's, still young. I think he's 33. So he's in there as well. So, I did have a list, actually, on my X account that was all these names of, we've got Oba, we got Trick, we got Javon, we got Ethan Page, we got Zilla, Solo doing some really good work at the moment. Nathan Frazier, if ever we need, we can always turn to him. He's an amazing singles wrestler. Obviously, charisma-wise, there's a bit of a problem. I don't think he's the coolest person in the world, but maybe you could say AJ Styles isn't the coolest person in the world, right? But he's very, very good when that bell rings, Nathan Frazier. Very good. It'd be wrong to look at him as a tag guy because he was doing a lot of work in NXT and NXT UK as a singles wrestler. And then, it just wasn't quite working, and so they put him with Axiom, and then that obviously was for Axiom. So, but we can always pull him out if needed. So, you've got people like that. I mean, I don't know how old Montez Ford is, but I mean, just obviously you could have a look at him if you wanted. Carmelo. We've got Ilya Dragunov. It'd be great to get going with Johnny Gargano. There's lots of really good in-ring performers that are going to be able to put on great matches. If you want those big names at the top, then that's where you've got your Tricks, your Obas, your Brons, those kinds of names, your Jacobs, those kinds of names. So I think we're in a good position. I think it's great to kind of look around and see that we've got a lot of emerging talent, rising prospects. And it does feel like there is a wave that's going to hit. I don't know when. It could be next year. It could be the year after. But I think there will be a changing of the guard. I think we will see a lot of that kind of talent getting more main events and getting more opportunity, most notably led by Oba. I mean, once Oba starts competing for a championship, world championship, I mean, I'd imagine he'll be kind of around that level arguably for the rest of his career. So, you know, that'll be someone that starts eating up a lot of main events, taking it away from Cody, CM Punk, you know, that kind of old guard. And, I mean, how long is it till Trick follows? How long is it till Jacob kind of really, you know, I think they're going to use this bloodline story to build Jacob. I know some people think we've actually dialed down on Jacob. I actually think we're just using this as a catapult for Jacob. I think Jacob has now been moved into the bloodline, and eventually it's going to lead to him being catapulted out. I don't know when that happens. It could be Survivor Series. It could be next year. But eventually there's going to be a moment where he stands up for himself again and, you know, bang, he's out. And, you know, arguably he'll come out hopefully bigger than when he went in. Just like Sammy, when Sammy went into the bloodline versus when he came out, he was bigger when he came out. So I think they're hoping to just kind of, you know, do a little bit of work with Jacob whilst he's in this group, and he might end up coming out bigger. So, yeah, it's good. It's exciting. There's lots of great names around at the moment. Andy said, Days Grayson is the same age as Brock was when he broke the streak. It makes you realise that he was the right choice all along, says Andy. Well, Andy, it's a controversial one, isn't it, to be honest? This is the one that really divides opinion. We've touched on this quite a few times. I don't mind it. I really don't. I don't mind it. I agree. I think that I struggled with it at the time. Certainly the night of, and probably like a few weeks after, I really struggled with it because I couldn't believe it had ended. And obviously whoever was the one that was going to do it, you was always going to question, was that the right person? And the one thing you always hear is that Brock didn't need it. He didn't benefit from it. But I don't agree with that. I think he did benefit. The benefit might not have been as big as if it had gone to, say, Bray or someone else, right? Some younger talent. I agree the benefit there could have been bigger. But if you look at the way that Vince felt about Bray, I think that there was a friction that was there. I think that there was a lack of trust. I think that both guys wanted control of the narrative, and Vince was never going to give up control of the narrative. And so I don't think Vince and Bray were ever going to get on the same page. I don't think it was ever going to work. I don't think that they, you know, I just don't think it was ever going to work. I think that whenever Bray got given some freedom, Vince was right there as soon as it started getting good and hot and people were into it to, you know, get his hands in it. He was a control freak. He needed to take control. He needed to be the one that was steering the ship. It was just, that's who he was. So you could say that Bray should have been the one to have beaten the Undertaker's streak, new face of fear and all of that. I do understand that and I do hear that, but I don't think it results in Bray going on to be this main event talent that wins loads of championships, because the core problem is the person behind the scenes I don't think was on the same page as Bray. I don't think that they were on the same page. So you could have given it Bray, but I don't think it does for him what people think it does for him. I don't think it, like, you know, changes his career the way that people think it does, because at the end of the day, the bloke behind the scenes is still the one that's booking the show going forwards. So that's why, like, it arguably should have been Bray, but it can only have been Bray if the stuff that followed would have been there to have supported him. And I just really, in the years that have followed, have found myself doubting that more and more and more and more and more, that would have been there. It should have been. It should have been Bray. It should have been Bray that ended the Undertaker streak, and then it should have been Bray that went on to be that big monster, that big dark character that then, you know, caused havoc and chaos in WWE. It should have been Bray's unleashing, right? I just don't think it ever would have been. I really don't. So you need someone. I mean, there's lots of names over the years that it could have been that, you know, didn't end up really staying with the company. There's lots of people that could have got it that I don't think would have been able to have carried the weight of it. So the thing with Brock is that he's around for another, 12 years after. So it's not like he was only around a few years. He was around 12 years after. And also, he was a main event talent for that time. And he kept gloating about beating the streak, right? It was used. It was not something that was just, oh, Brock did it. It was, they spoke about it all the time. Paul Heyman banged on about it all the time. It was used all the time. And the other thing I've always said as well is that going into that match, people didn't expect Brock to win. Everyone thought Brock was going to lose. That's why it was so shocking. If Brock was this big monster, unstoppable monster that was destroying everyone, why was everyone so surprised when Brock won? No, yeah, when, Undertaker lost and Brock got the victory. People didn't expect Brock to get the victory. They didn't think that the streak would end to Brock. And you can make an argument that that's the perfect time to do it, is when people don't expect it. So I've really made peace with it. I think that we could have really got it wrong, and I'm not convinced that we did. I think we gave it to someone that did use it, that stuck around, that was a main event talent, that was credible. I mean, the streak ended to one of the biggest genetic freaks we've ever seen, to one of the strongest forces in the history of WWE, to one of the biggest, most powerful entities that we've ever seen. Like, the streak ended at the hands of someone that you can genuinely believe had the ability to end it. And that's okay. That's okay in my book. I think we could have got it a hell of a lot worse. We could have given it to someone that didn't end up sticking around, didn't end up, using it. But I think it did take Brock to a slightly different level. I understand the argument that others could have benefited more, but I think if you dig into it, there's always a counterpoint that can be made with different people. So the booking would have had to have been there for whoever it was. So, yeah, it's a divisive one. If we were to do a poll now, I think the majority would say no, Brock's wrong. I think the majority would say that. We've had this conversation a few times, and that tends to be kind of the vibe, and that's fine. It's fine. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. There's even people that say it should never have been broken. I think Undertaker has said that. I think Michael P.S. Hayes has said that, but I really disagree with that. I think that if you're going to give Undertaker win at WrestleMania, I think it's only right that he pays that back to someone and someone benefits, in the end. That would be like not losing your last match. Like, you're building up this streak of like who can beat the Undertaker. I think if the answer was no one did, I think you've really missed a big opportunity there. I think someone absolutely should. I think someone should beat the streak. It was always the question we would ask: is this the year? Is this the person? I think it'd be a cop out if the answer was it never was anyone. I think that's a cop out. So I definitely would have had someone beat it. I'll tell you the other thing I like as well, and that is that after that match he's never the same. The Undertaker that we see after that match is not the same as the Undertaker that goes into that match. That match actually, I think, breaks Undertaker. I think it genuinely breaks him. I think the injuries that he suffers in that match, I don't know that he ever quite recovered from. Because his performances that he has after never get to the same level. You can look at like the match he has with Bray. It's not that great. The match he has with Shane is better, but I think that's a large part to do with the fact it's Hell in a Cell and it's Shane jumping off the top and it's Shane trying to make, it the best it can be. Then we go next year to the Roman match, and that's a flipping disaster. And then after that, you've got the 5-minute John Cena thing, which was, do you know what I mean? What? I mean, it basically, it's 36, isn't it, that he ends with the Boneyard, and that has to be a cinematic match. There are some other matches in there. I mean, don't forget the Goldberg match that's a flipping disaster. There's a match with Rusev, isn't there, that's not very good. There is a tag match that people point at, which I think is him and Roman, is it? Against Drew and Shane, which I think people point at as being, his last great in-ring match. But that's a tag match. That's a tag match. He's not doing all the work. He's just, you know, coming in, doing some spots. He's not the same after that match. That match changes him. It's the exact right moment for the streak to end, and we just didn't know it at the time. But in hindsight now, we can see that, yeah, it changed him. He wasn't the same after. So I think it was the right time, and I think that you can argue it's the right opponent, unless they would have booked Bray better. But I don't think they would. Certainly glad they didn't give it Shane McMahon. I'm certainly glad it didn't go that way. I don't know how people would have felt. I mean, look, who were his opponents the next year? Bray the next year. Shane. Roman. I'm not sure people would have loved that. John Cena. He's not at 35. And then it's AJ Styles and Boneyard, which is his last match. So those would have been, you know, yeah, you could have swapped it out for someone else, but that is who he ends up facing in the WrestleManias after, so. But it's a very controversial hot take one. Oppola said, I'm going to say something controversial, but due to the fact that Bray died, I'm glad he didn't end the streak. Imagine if he'd have won and he just couldn't carry the torch to the end. Maybe you could have had like a really good 5 years, though, 6 years, if Vince had, you know. I mean, when does Bray pass? Is it 2023? Streak ends in 2014. You would have got 9 years out of it. If Vince had actually got behind Bray. But that, for me, is the big thing. I just don't think he was. Even back then, I don't think he was. I don't think he was fully behind Bray, ever. I mean, look at how many times he gives him, like, world titles, and look at the runs he has. You know, it should have been better, shouldn't it? That's the Bray Wyatt story. The Bray Wyatt story should have been better. But not his fault. Vince's fault. Anyway, let's turn our attention, shall we, to NXT. We have got the crowd cheering away. Cruz, Montana, Grayson Waller. Let's go. Whoa, 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 whoa! Forget politics. Bray and paranormal and supernatural powers thing is going to be for a niche audience. A lot of people don't believe in that supernatural stuff. It can come off as goofy or insulting to them, says Hogan Cutter. Okay. Here is Zilla arriving last week and the excitement of that moment. I'm glad they included the family. That was the one that everyone was buzzing around last week, was the family. I got tagged in that quite a bit. Because they were live streaming, weren't they, at the same time? My picture absolutely sucks, you know. Zilla signs his NXT contract tonight. Okay. Cruz Montana's coming out. We know that Cruz is going to be calling out Zilla. Tends to come through the crowd, doesn't he? Here he comes, Cruz Montana, through the crowds. Getting a good reception. Let's change this over then. We're opening the show with Cruz. He's going to call out Zilla. I don't know if Zilla's going to come out straight away. Maybe he's going to no-show. Perhaps he's going to make him wait. I was just listening to what Booker was saying. Okay, Cruz then making his way down to the ring. My pitch quality is absolutely atrocious, you know. It's like 40p. Okay, Cruz is in the ring. Mike Santana on the way, says Jim. Oh, is he coming down as well? NXT can't be with you guys tonight. I got a family emote. Oh, Christopher, I'm sorry to hear that, but hope everything's okay. Shout out to you, Christopher. Hey, yo, NXT. What's good? Let's get down to this business. So he does call out Zilla. Hello, Austin. Hope you're well. I made my intentions clear. Yeah. Yeah. Can I just all of you on anyone watching on Netflix, your pitch quality really good? Because I've changed routers, mine's horrible. It could absolutely be my internet, to be honest. I know. No, Metal Mama told me about going to settings and making sure it's always on highest quality. I did change that. Yeah, Zilla's not here. I did wonder that if he was going to show or if they were just going to make you wait, you know? Instead, we've got Ray Phoenix. Ray Phoenix is coming out. Okay, Ray Phoenix coming down. Shiny was said, mine's fine. Quality's good. Okay, thank you. I'm not surprised. My internet sucks. I'm happy to see you again. I'm just here to find out who I am going to defend my championship against. We do have that Fatal 4-Way coming up, don't we? If someone costs me a title shot, you know me. You know me. Yes, you do. He should have got into that. He should have got, you know me. Yes, you do. You don't know me. That would have been brilliant. Missed an opportunity there. Missed an opportunity. So, yeah, he's made his way down. He said, look, you know me. If anyone was to get back and cost me a title shot, they would be getting murked. Absolutely murked. You know me. Right. Let's see where this is heading. Let's go, Cruz Montana. Let's go. So, respect. Everyone wants a piece of the action. I could see Ray Phoenix being the AAA Mega Champion down the line, says Alex. Okay, well, we know that Ray Phoenix is out, and we know that... we're going to that Fatal 4-Way. Fatal 4-Way to start. So, EK Prosper coming down. So, the Open, I mean, it was quite short. There wasn't really much to it. Lots of respect shown. Cruz goes to the parking lot to wait for Zilla's arrival. So, not really loads to that, is there? Just a bit of respect shown. Okay, so this is going to be our first match. This is going to be a Fatal 4-Way. I mean, it was so short, that Open. I don't feel like it needs to be scored. Tristan Angels is making his way down. Tristan Angels is growing on me, says Alex. I think EK is winning this. Well, yeah, you're right, actually. We should do a poll. Shouldn't we? In fact, I should have done a poll from the beginning. That's my bad. I never claimed to be any good at this. EK Prosper. Tristan Angels. We have got Romeo. It's Romeo, isn't it? Romeo, Moreno, and who's the other one that's in? Is it Parka that's in? Here's Romeo. Romeo. Moreno. This kid is chomping at the bit. Parka. It is Parka. Here we go. Let's go. From Mexico City. Parka dancing his way down. Okay, Parka. He's in better shape than I've ever seen him in. Quality of this is really, really bugging me. I've got to figure them out. I bought a new adapter, didn't I? And then that seemed to cause massive problems. Like, as soon as I bought this new internet sort of adapter, it started to give me problems about flipping VPNs and whatnot. EK lands on his feet. Kip up there by EK. Romeo and EK actually drop kicking each other. Romeo over one side, EK over the other. Duck underneath there by EK. Wow, that was sick, actually. He just went against the ropes. I thought he was going to bounce off the ropes. He ended up flipping going through the ropes. Duck underneath. Parka's in there. This is going to be fun, isn't it? This is going to be seriously fun. Parka goes into EK. Drop kick there into EK, who ends up DDTing Parka. To the outside is Tristan. He smashes Romeo into the edge of the ring. Shot coming in by these guys. Knees coming in. Tristan in the corner. Reversing over the other side. Parka goes up. Flips over. Going for a clothesline, no joy. Kick there by Parka. Romeo back in. He goes down. That was a little sloppy. Nice pace, though, here by Parka. Bang. Down goes Romeo. Parka charging over. EK. Wow. So impressive from EK. Rey Mysterio actually requested that EK Prosper be in this match. He said he really sees something special in EK. Inverted atomic drop. Okay, down goes Romeo, and EK trying to get the pin there on La Parka. Okay, to the outsides. Looking for a clothesline. No joy. Against the ropes. Reversing over the top to the outsides. No Amdar. Against the ropes. Goes up. Top rope. Comes down on Tristan. Down on EK. Romeo looking good. La Parka still in the ring, though. La Parka goes up, middle row, moonsault, and down everyone goes. It's pretty standard multi-man affair. I mean, it's fun. It's prompted NXT. Chants coming from the crowd as we go to commercial break. Okay. Days, who do we think is going to dethrone Liv, Stephanie or Becky? We should do a poll for Roxy winning Money in the Bank. I'm not sure that it'll be either of those, to be honest. I don't think it'd be Becky. If I had to choose, I'd say Stephanie. But I think there's an option where Liv could actually get past both of those. She could find a way past both. I don't know that we are in desperate need to go back to Becky as champion. I mean, it depends if WWE feel like Liv isn't quite living up to the responsibility. Backbreaker. We have gone through a period of going back to the tried and tested, you know? We went back to Roman, we went back to CM Punk, we went back to Bloodline. So, I mean, you could make an argument of going back to Becky. But I don't know. It's an interesting one. I don't really see us going to either. I think there's a way that Liv uses the numbers to get through. Elbow to the back of the heads. I think it's going to be Liv, Stephanie, and Becky, said 90s Gamer. And surely Roxanne and Raquel will get involved in that. Clothesline. I mean, I think we get Stephanie Becky as a singles. Crossbody there by EK, but we could do the triple threat first. Shot coming in. Jabs there by EK, driving Tristan back. Over the other sides. EK lands on his feet, goes against the ropes, looking for a clothesline. Backstabber there by Tristan. EK down. We are at commercial break right now. La Parka's going to win this, says Junior. Well, we do have a poll, don't we? Who's winning in the poll at the moment? So we've had nearly 100 votes, and you lot are saying that it's going to be EK. 39%, 38% is La Parka. That's actually super close right now. A few more votes could sway that. So EK, oh, well, it has actually. We just had a couple of votes. It's now 38-30. Oh, no, 39-30. Keeps moving. 39-37. You lot, 40-37 in favour of EK Prosper. So at the moment, it is EK Prosper you lot think's going to get this. I think we're still at commercial break right now. Tristan back in the ring. Right now, we've got Tristan grabbing La Parka. La Parka going into the corner. We got Romeo over the other side. Big boot there by Romeo. Romeo going on that middle rope. He's perched. Tristan with a top rope enziguri. Yeah, that was quite nice. He did take his time there, Moreno. EK Prosper getting in, going over, grabbing the leg of Tristan. Tristan goes down onto that top rope. Tristan with EK. EK against the rope. Kick coming in. Oh, big kick there by La Parka. Oh, wow. EK and La Parka kicking each other at the same time. Double missile drop kick there by Romeo. We got NXT chants breaking out. Okay, so right now we've got Romeo against the ropes. We've got EK coming over. EK Prosper versus Romeo would be a really great match, actually. I'd really love to see those two. I might have already seen it. I don't remember. I just know that I'd be down for seeing it. Top rope Inzaguri. Going up. Nah, gets caught. Gets caught there by Tristan. Tristan with EK is going to look to suplex him in the ring. He's got him up, got him over. Really nice suplex. 1, 2. Oh, save there by Romeo. Drop kick right in the ribs. That looked moody, mate. That looked really moody. That looked like it really hurt. Drop kicks him right in the ribs. Picks him up. Drives him down. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." We're probably getting close to the business end. We got a little bit of a gap now in the poll. So we can end the poll and you can see that EK Prosper. Oh, Spanish fly! Parka with a Spanish fly on Romeo. Parka going for the cover. 1, 2. Frog splash. Frog splash and... Look at that. Beautiful work. Right now, we've got EK charging over. Kick coming in there by EK. Right now, lands on his feet, EK. Romeo in the corner. Big boot there by Tristan. The action here is crazy, you know. This thing has really heated up. Romeo goes against the ropes. Flops on top of Tristan. Parka makes the save. That would have been a very innovative finish with Romeo bouncing off the ropes and sort of collapsing down. Parka in there right now. Throwing in some knees to Romeo. Got Romeo back in the corner. Romeo reversing. Parka over the other side. Romeo coming in. Gets thrown in the corner. He's right back up though. Parka picks him up. Drives him down. In the ring's Tristan. Grabs Parka. Chucks him out the ring. He's going to capitalise. Tristan. I thought he was stealing it. Really thought he was stealing it. Really thought he was stealing it. Tristan back in the corner. Romeo is hurt. We haven't seen EK Prosper in a minute. There he is. There he is. He takes him down. Big kick. Down goes Romeo. EK is going up top. He's going for a bit. Whoa, mate. Mate, that flipping moonsault is absolutely incredible. I think it's the best moonsault I've ever seen because he launches off and he sort of flips mid-flight so that he gets even more sort of momentum. It's absolutely incredible. Look, he flips up. Oh. Is it like a moonsault frog splash where he goes back in mid-flight, brings the knees in and then flips back out again? It's so good. Wow, next week is going to be Rey Fenix versus EK. Oh, mate, that is going to be so good. Rey Fenix versus EK Prosper. Okay, well, you lot went with EK and you was correct. We've got serious talent there, haven't we, in EK Prosper? History will be made. Same energy, different night. Guys, this is historic. You've got to tune into this show. We have never done a Saturday night's main event on a Sunday. I mean, it changes everything. It changes absolutely everything. The name of the show doesn't even make sense. We've had to cross it out and write the word Sunday above it. That's how crazy it is. We've had to do that. I don't know why we couldn't have done a better editing job. Seems a bit lazy, but that is crazy. For the first time ever, history being made. Okay. We have got an advert for WWE Unreal. Get your thoughts in for that match. What did you think about that as an opener? I thought it was really fun. Pretty standard stuff up until the commercial break, but then after the commercial break, it just went mental. Really, really good. And that's flipping moonsault. It's got to be up there with the best moonsaults in all of WWE. Do you know, I'm looking at the screen grabs that people are sharing online. It is, I wish I could show you what I am watching. You would not believe it. It is literally, genuinely, I think it's 120p. It is so blurry and out of focus and just not good. I can make out the people. I can make things out. I can see the shapes moving, but I just cannot, like, a lot of the features are just not there. It's bad. I've really got to fix this. It's not normally this bad for Raw and SmackDown, but it is like this on a Tuesday. NXT seems to be the worst one for me. But it's the same setup I use for Raw and SmackDown. They're fine. It's the same setup I use for other shows. They're fine. So, annoying, but thankfully not anything that's affecting you guys. So, yeah, get your thoughts in. What did you think about that as our opening contest? It is a victory for EK Prosper, and we are about a quarter of the way through this show. For us, it's actually Monday night's main event, said Jared. That's true. That is true. Get the Saturday out, said Dar. I love that. That's a lovely little callback. I love that. Get the Saturday out. Let's go. Okay, we are at commercial break at the moment. I don't have the little clock in the corner anymore. That's something that they've removed in recent times. There used to be a little countdown clock in the corner that would tell us when we're coming back, but we don't have that now. Days, did we know that WrestleMania 2 was on a Monday? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that I did know that there was a pay-per-view on a Monday, but I don't think I could have told you it was WrestleMania 2. But that's one of those kind of quirky facts that you read, isn't it, back in the day, and then you forget the specifics. So that's good. That's fun. That's fun. I've got the clock in the corner, says Cool Cam. Have you? The hell's going on? I have not got it in the corner. Why would you have it and I don't have it? I think EK should join the Street Profits. Tag with Dawkins. That could allow Montez to be a singles guy. Oh, that's interesting, Mr. B-Light. That's interesting. Okay. Here's Orlando. We're just getting a shot of Orlando. We need a Cyber Monday or a Taboo Tuesday, says Ampy Ballin. Put it full screen. I've got it full screen. Austin said EK should join the Vision. Let's kill his character. Okay, we're just seeing the Jey Uso LGN, which does look really good, actually. I love the detail on that. Face looks just like him. The tattoo detail looks great. We're backstage right now with Kendal. You seem... Oh my God, he's hitting on Kendal? Wow. He's hitting on Kendal. Shiloh, that's a good line from Wren. Shiloh's quirky and he knows how to use tools, unlike you guys that are tools. Micah's the vanity and you lot are the project. Okay, Micah actually talking. Sorry, they cooked y'all. Okay, good to hear from Micah. I saw a video of her slamming CM Punk at a live event the other day. Thea making her way down to the ring then. She's going to be taking on Natty. So this is going to be our next match. Let's end this poll so we don't get confused. I used to not care about Wren, but she has grown on me. She can be pretty funny sometimes. 67, 24, so... Have I heard this song before? Sounds very AI. Okay, here's Natty. The low-key legends. There's Carmen and Nikita. Okay, Natty making her way down to the ring then. I mean, we've changed the name, we've changed the look, we've changed the attitudes. I don't know, has it worked? Okay, Bella sounded. And we are underway. Down goes Thea, Natty, unload him. Natty coming over, down goes Thea. She's trying to step through. Headlock takeover there by Natty. I love Natty, but something about her is very attractive, said Night is Gamer. Okay, shots coming in. Slap there by Natty. Slap coming back there by Thea. These two pushing each other around. Headlock takeover. I didn't know this was a thing, said DB. What was the thing? It's strange seeing Carmen here and then being in AAA with Peros Del Mal, said Spawny Boy. So Thea in the ring. World Live Cena fan said, remember, whoever holds the Women's World Heavyweight Championship has to deal with Naomi when she returns. Therefore, which match do we want to see? Naomi versus Liv, Naomi Becky, or Naomi Stephanie? But don't know when she's back, do we? I mean, she might have had the baby, but I mean, I think it's hard for any mother to kind of, you know, just come back to work after having a baby. Not even from a physical point of view, but from an emotional point of view. It's very hard to kind of, you know, look at that, what's her name? The press secretary She's just had a baby, and you know, she's having to seemingly walk away from her job now because she was saying she knows she can't do both, can't do the NXT. So I don't know. I don't know that Naomi is like. I don't know where we are with her return or how close we are to it. Let's go down. I don't think she comes back till maybe the Rumble or even WrestleMania, says Austin. Opula said, I preferred Thea's first look, if I'm being honest. Do you get the adverts on Raw now, said Jared? If the UK, like me, we didn't get them before. I do get them. I don't get them all the time. I do get them sometimes. Sometimes we stay with the action. Sometimes we don't. Like it's a mixed bag now, I find. Before I didn't get anything. Now, yes, there is some that I do get, but sometimes we can still stay with the action. I don't know. It seems a mixed bag. Hello, Suzanne. Hope you're doing well. So far, this match is okay. I would say nothing special. I would agree. It's difficult, actually, because they've got to follow what was a really great first match, haven't they? That first match was really, really fun. So that's going to be a very difficult match to follow. What do we think of the new Insidious movie, says Suzanne. I've not seen that. I did see a little trailer, a little preview of the new Simpsons movie that got shown. It wasn't a proper trailer, but it was just like a little clip that they shared. It's okay. I wasn't crazy about it. We have the horrible "we'll be back" thing, but just not proper adverts, said DB. Oh, yeah, that like little graphic that comes up. You got to be careful with camera angles, says Shining Wizards. Why are they doing ads for Zuffa during NXT, said Fave? Well, they're really pushing Zuffa boxing, aren't they? It's the same people, isn't it? TKO. TKO look after WWE, the UFC, Zuffa boxing. It's all under the same umbrella. So yeah, they are kind of responsible for that. So as a result, it is something which we do get promoted quite heavily. Boxing sucks. It's boring, says Austin. I think I'm going to go watch the Fast and Furious movie. Is there a new one? Love the Bearded. Is there a new Fast and Furious movie? I didn't know there was a new one. Have you seen I Play Rocky trailer? No, what's that? What's that? I'm not very big on films, so I don't really keep up with what's happening. So I'm not. Is that a new Rocky film or a new Rocky documentary or what? What is that? Is it weird that Panda Express don't sell panda meat? Yes. Very strange. Just like how Spotted Dick doesn't. Well, I suppose it is spotted, to be honest. Corey said, did you see the GTA 6 gameplay leak today? No, I didn't, no. It's not something I would particularly look for because I don't plan on getting the game. I would still be interested in seeing what it looked like, though. I'd still be interested in seeing what it looked like. But not something that I would be going out my way to try and find because, as I said, I already know, too big for me. I think you need to know when something is too big for you, and that's too big for me. I can't handle that. That's too much for me to handle. So you got to know your limits, guys. Know your limits. Know what you're comfortable with. For me, I would much rather just have something a little bit smaller, easier to jump into and out of. And right now we got Natty in there with Thea. Thea coming over, double axe handle. Down goes Natty. Natty over in the corner. Thea charging in. Thea starting to come back a little bit now. Exploder suplex there by Thea. Thea is in the corner. Natty getting up to her feet. And we're just seeing Cruz Montana waiting for Zilla outside. Days, have you seen the Jose Moreno S E cock. What's that, Bruce? I don't even know what that is. Right now we got Thea going through the legs of Natty and reversed. Reversed again. These two going back and forth. Who is going to get the upper hands? Headbutt. Headbutt there by Thea. Thea. Right now we've got... driving her down. Going off that bottom rope. Natty moves. 1, 2. Again, jumping on top. No joy. Flipping over. Shots coming in there by Natty. Kimura. She's trying to get the Kimura in. Kimura is in there by Thea. Middle of the ring. Crowd are chanting tap. Tap, 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 tap. Okay. Natty breaking out of it. Thea goes down. Natty grabbing the legs. Turning her over. Sharpshooter in. Sharpshooter in. Thea trying to get over to the ropes. Jada's out there offering some encouragement. She's screaming out in pain here, and she taps, actually. She taps. Thea ends up tapping to Natty. I mean, she gave a match. She gave an account of herself. I don't think it was anything that crazy. She brought the fight, as Vic Joseph is saying. Let's have a look, see what you lot thought about that match. Sharpshooter in, and that was it. Oh, hello. Right now, Jada Parker is... What's happening? Natty is putting a sharpshooter onto Thea, and Natty is making Jada watch. Smile on Natty's face. Jada's not even really trying, to be honest. I feel like Thea could have been screaming in pain a bit more there. Feel like she really could have sold that better. All she did was show her black heart. Yeah, I think she could have made a bit more out of that. Okay, we go backstage. There's Lucien. Tyson Kidd should come back as a manager, said DB. Okay, coming up next, we've got the Speed Championship. Do you know, I will say that this is going very quick. So far, we're already like over 40 minutes into this show, so we're already a third of the way through the show. It's gone very fast. I think it was greatly helped by the great opening match that we had, of course. Really, really fun opening match. You lot scored that great 74, that opening match, by the way. Great 74. I don't think Thea versus Natty is going to quite reach that level. But get your thoughts in about what you thought about that last match. We are at commercial break. When we come back, we'll be doing the Speed Championship. That match was legit just a waste of our time, said WrestleRants. I think honestly, the bit at the end was probably the most important part. It was clear that we're not quite done with Natty and Jada, and it was really, you know, there to show that Thea's up for the fight, show that Natty is this dark, evil character now, have Jada in a position where she's having to watch her friend. You know, it's just set that up, I think, hasn't it? I agree. The match itself wasn't really anything to write home about. I don't understand why they keep making Thea lose, says Wayne. I suppose it's hard, isn't it? Because, like, Natty is a very experienced, credible, main roster level performer. So I think it's okay to sort of lose to a Natty. Yeah, Thea needs to get some momentum, though. She needs to be in there with girls that she can get wins against and she can build and face bigger challenges. So I think this is probably a little bit too much of the deep end for Thea for getting a win this week. But yeah, we had a big conversation around what you do with Thea. I think it is a tricky one. She doesn't feel like she should just be another female wrestler like all the other girls. I think, you know, she is younger, a little bit smaller. She carries a lot of energy. She is that sort of ball of energy. I really think you lean into that, or you should lean into that. Seeing Jada with friends is weird for her character. They've watered her down. I liked her more when she only cared about herself, said Austin. DB said, I missed the stream last night, but I did watch highlights. Do we think we see Jacob and Solo reuniting? I think it's a good question. It's definitely where a lot of people are leaning to mentally. I think there is a chance. I think there is a chance that we see it go in that way. I don't know that it does go that way. I think they could tease it and then swerve us. So I certainly wouldn't say it's 100%. But I think there is a chance, yes. Jada should be main roster by now, said 90s Gamer. Daisy, you're looking sexy in a bikini with a beanie, Miss Clown. I said that was a private showing, yeah. I was happy to do it, but we don't talk of it. Safe to see that was a very low-key match, said Video Watcher. Apparently there are plans to unify the men's speed titles. Oh, is there, Robbie? Is there? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Because they're obviously doing that with the women's. So it would make sense to do it with the men's as well. I think we're done, aren't we, with this kind of speed experiment? I think we probably have reached the end of the road with it. Days, we need some Raw and SmackDown. We need some Raw and SmackDown. We're open with a match. I believe we can accomplish more under 2 hours. We don't need the 3. The opening promos always take 20-odd minutes. I agree, actually. I think you could make it if you know that time is of the essence, then I think it's true that you could get a bit snappier with things. You know, move a bit quicker with entrances. Do you know what I mean? We could, yes, I understand they're important. I understand that they're aura farming and all of this sort of stuff, but I think we could agree that you could make them a little quicker. I think there probably is areas where you can shave some time. Thing is, though, this is obviously a live performance, and with that, you run the risk of segments overrunning and things not quite going to plan. There's probably a lot of that happens on a fairly regular basis that we don't even know about. We don't know how long things were planned for, and if some are overran, and if that means someone else has to lose a bit of time. And there's probably quite a bit of, it has to some degree have some fluidity to it. Ultimately, the show has to end when it has to end. But there probably is like an ability to shave some time off. Yeah. Here's Lexis then. So, match number 3. This is not a match that we tend to score. Here's Birthright. Wow. Look at Lexis King. He's full on with his entrance attire. Stacks, Ariana. It's a big group, isn't it? It feels too big. Okay, so Birthright in the ring. Let's end our poll so we don't get confused. As we said, we don't tend to do... Well, this one's going to be a title one, so it will be 5 minutes. Maybe we will do it for this. We don't do it for normal speed matches. 73, 15, 7, and 5. That's good 95 for Thea and Natty. Lucien Price versus Lexis King. Here we go then. Time has started. Lucien going for the cover. 2. Wow. He catches Lexis early. The other members of Birthright have to grab him and pull him out of the ring. Okay, Bronco's been told not to come out. Lucien wants to do this by himself, but obviously is having to deal with flipping Birthright. Lucien on the outside. Lexis out there. Right now, he's grabbing Lexis, chucking him in the ring. Lucien gets in. Lexis falls down. We've had like 45 seconds, and it's 45 seconds of Lexis King running away. Really is wasting time here. Birthright standing in the way. Lexis going to the other side. Lucien just really struggling to get his hands on Lexis. He finally does. Gets in the ring. Lexis is in there. Lucien with him right now. Gets the rope. Lexis jumps underneath that bottom rope. Goes to the outside. Lexis saying to the crowds, it's all about the time. If I see it out, I win. Lucien grabs him. Hurls him back in the ring. And of course, he's just going to go back out the other side. Lucien comes round. Lexis. Ah, mate, that chop. Do you remember that chop? That chop. One more time is the chant. And that has absolutely floored him as well. That chop has absolutely floored him. I don't know that it's busted him open like it did last week. But he chopped him before and it had like all the blood coming down. Collides in the corner, grabs Lexis over the other side. Lucien charges him. We're into the final 3 minutes. We've had 2 minutes gone so far. Lexis with a super kick. Lucien goes down to one knee. Lexis against the ropes. Ah, another chop. That one not as hard. Didn't sound as hard. But I really like how he interacts with the camera. I really like how when he delivers a chop like that, he's like, ah, and the camera goes and picks up his face. There's the facial reaction of Lexis, showing off that it is red raw. 2:20 at the moment. Lexis jumps back up. Lucien comes over, grabs Lexis, hurls him in the ring. Lexis is down right now. Kick coming in there by Lexis. Bang! Looking for a DDT. He's going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Right now we've got Lucien. Over against the ropes. We're into the final 2 minutes. Kicks coming in there by Lexis. Got boot right on the throat of Lucien. Knee coming in. Lucien going down. Going for the pin. 2. Shoulder up. 1 minute. 30 on the clock right now. Another kick coming in. Lexis is boring as boring gets, said Wrestle Rants. Well, I feel like we're setting up for a big finish here. Down he goes. No joy. Uranagi's him down. 57. Business end of this one. Picks him up in the corner. Drives him over. Another big chop. He's got him up. Birthright are grabbing the legs though. Lucien goes down. Lexis has got Lucien. Bang. Swinging net breaker. Goes for the cover. 2. Lexis gets it. But it's outside interference that does it. It's outside interference that does it. Lexis King retains. We'll score it. I'm not sure it's going to get a great score. Birthright are in. They're attacking. Birthright are beating up on Lucien. Of course, Bronco Nima comes down. Bronco has come down. Oh, that's good. I think there would have been a bigger question if he hadn't. OTM chance. This has been really good for OTM, actually. It'd be a shame if they broke up. Nima, Lucien, yeah, they're on the same page. They embrace. I think it's been good for them. I think this little side quest that Lucien's done has really helped elevate him. There's Grayson. There is Grayson. Grayson Waller backstage with a microphone. Grayson wanting us to see that he had that microphone. This could be good. This could be good. Daze, do we think Charlie looks lost in Birthright? I think Charlie looks lost in WWE. I think he's got a style that's very difficult to translate in WWE, which is that technical catchers catch can style. I think it's difficult to translate because it is a very technical style that, you know, you're talking very small movements, counters. You're talking like, you know, little holds and joint manipulation and, you know, things. WWE is very big, larger than life characters, catchphrases, very eye-catching ring gear, big spots. You know, anything that's small, intricate. It's very difficult for that to sort of get over. And I think that Charlie specializes in the small and the intricate. So I think that style has always been a style that's very difficult. You know, there's obviously people that can work that style. I think if you work that style, you've got to mix in the big stuff as well. There's that, you can do elements of that nice wrestling, but you've got to have the other elements as well. You know, think about Daniel Bryan. Very technical wrestler, Daniel Bryan. But he knew that, you know, he needed the yes and the no and the beards. He needed the big flying knee. You know, he needed the kind of flying headbutt and elbows. And, you know, he wouldn't be shy going up top and doing stuff. He wouldn't be shy on, do you know what I mean? Doing this to the crowd as he was firing up, coming back. There was lots of elements that he could draw from, not just the little intricate technical stuff. I don't feel like Charlie goes... I don't think he ever gets bigger. It's just like he wants to stay in this area, which is his comfort zone. So I don't think it's Birthright, although I don't rate Birthright. That's the problem. I don't think that his style of wrestling translates very well to WWE. Unless he's going to bring other facets in. Lexis reminds me of Paul Burchill with the pirate gimmick, said DB. I could see that. Rumor has it Nima is going to be out of Los Perros del Mal. Really? Perhaps they think there is a good future for OTM or something, you know? Oh, I've got a clock now. I've got a clock in the corner now. I did not have that before. It says advert 5 of 5, 1 minute 20. I'm not feeling NXT this week. It needs to be grounded, said William. Yeah, I think NXT is a little bit off. I think the first match was great. Everything after that first match has been a little bit missable, skippable. We are at commercial break right now. Birthright is one of the better names WWE have and an interesting background, but each person is a jobber. Bum, bum, bum. To lower mid-card at best. This group could clock if the characters weren't boring. Boring. The show has lost a little bit of momentum since the first match, said Lucas. It has. It's okay. I mean, we've still got Zilla and Cruz. We're going to hear from We're going to be hearing next from Grayson. So, you know, there's still lots of opportunity. Oh, they're talking about WWE Radio. Here's Grayson then. Okay, let's end the poll, shall we, for that last match. This is going to be the start of hour number 2. Grayson Waller making his way out. And this is always worth checking out. I mean, this could be a very entertaining segment. Okay, you lot scored that last match as good 82, so your minds certainly were not blown. Let's see how this segment goes, shall we? Okay, Grayson in the ring. Has he got a bit of a black eye, has he? A little bit of a shiner. I've been begging. Shut the hell up, the crowd are chanting. I have to now deal with another Samoan trying to take bread off my table. I'm not scared of you, Zilla, or your family. I'm from Western Sydney. I've been fighting Usos my whole life. Since none of the Usos know how to wrap it up. I'm happy for you, Zilla. You got the ankle monitor off and now you can roam free. Woo. I like this. This is what Grayson can do, man, when you give him a microphone. Someone's yelling, that's Cap. That's Cap. That's Cap. Jeez. That's Cap. Is that a term that's still being used? Is it Cap for lie? Here's Tony. I like the ankle bracelet line. The island of irrelevancy. It don't matter where they come from. All's I know. I'll knock you all on your ass. The island of irrelevancy. Okay, so Tony's made his way out. Cruz Montana's coming out. There's Grayson. Grayson inviting Cruz back in the ring. I don't know what dust you're smoking. So Cruz said, last time I checked, you was the one laying on your back. Okay. So Cruz says, how about me and Waller finish our business? Okay, Mr. Stone's come out. We're going to get some progress here. Zilla's not under a contract yet. Explain to me how that's fair. I'm going to do what I think is fair. I'm going to put the champion in a triple threat, where he can lose his belt without being pinned. Seems fair to me. Seems fair to me. I'm going to do what I think is fair, and then I'm going to announce something that clearly is not fair. Well, there we go. Triple threat has been made. Okay, we got Shiloh. We've got Lizzie. Oh, that's good. Shiloh, if you win, you can have a shot at this at Heatwave. Okay, so that's sweetened the pot there for Shiloh, because obviously he's in a match with Jackson. If Jackson wins, he gets a championship opportunity, and he also earns a championship opportunity for the other two in Vanity Project. Okay, tag match. Grey Graps. It's Grey Graps time. Yeah, I would do a poll to kind of talk about that last segment, but it was quite short. It wasn't that long. A couple of nice lines in it. Who do we think is coming up to the main roster next? Well, we know about Lola, don't we? I'm not sure how far away the likes of Jada is, or Tony D'Angelo. Those would be... I feel like Kendal still needs time. But, yeah, you'd be looking at, like... I don't know how long Cruz will be there. He doesn't really need NXT, does he? So, I mean, I don't think he'll be there that long, to be honest. So those would be the kind of next wave. Maybe Kelani, but I still feel like she probably needs a bit of work. She's not had a run with the top title, for example. Okay, women's tag match. This is going to be Wren and Kendal versus... I can't remember who they're facing. Who are they facing? What happened to Kendall's ear? That was in the Undergrounds. Okay, it's Callie and Kelani. Callie and Kelani. Okay, back to commercial break again. Yeah, I don't know. That last segment was okay. That was okay. I wasn't down on that. I still think the best thing we've had is the opening match, though, which is a bit of a concern. I do think we could get a very good... I think we've got a... Didn't they say Zilla contract signing tonight? So, I mean, we could get a very good segment with a Zilla contract signing. This match will have its moments with Kendal. So this match will have its moments. We've obviously still got Shiloh and Jackson Drake to come. So I think we've got Zilla contract signing. I think we've got Shiloh, Jackson Drake. And we've got this tag match. We've got about 50 minutes to go. We will do a breakdown after, although I must admit, nothing really massive to talk about. I mean, I suppose the triple threat match being made, really fun opening match. That's about it so far. So we're definitely looking for talking points. Definitely looking for talking points. I think we could get something by the end of this show. I want to see a new NXT champ, Zilla. I want Zilla to destroy Tony and take the title, said DJG Money. We need Jada Parker to be a heel, said Street Fighter Ingrid. Days play Rocky is a documentary about Sylvester Stallone writing and starring in Rocky. There are actors and actresses playing Sylvester Stallone. But so it's, I don't even know what you call that. It's a dramatization of what happens. Okay. So it's like Titanic, where we're retelling something that actually happened. Although Titanic did take artistic license, didn't it? Because I don't think the Jack and Rose story was actually something that happens. So hopefully they keep it pretty much, you know, what happens. That could be interesting. I'm just excited for the Simpsons film. That's the only one I really care about, to be honest. I loved the Simpsons when I was young, and I don't really watch it now. I know that it's got pretty poor, but I don't know. I just, so many great memories and moments of watching the Simpsons. I even enjoyed the Simpsons film when I went to the cinema. I saw that at the cinema, the first Simpsons film. In like, was it 07, 08? I think it was 07. I enjoyed that. So I didn't know that they would do another one. I was really surprised when they announced it. Probably not going to be great, but I think I'll get enough out of it. I think I'll get enough out of going and seeing it. Okay, what's happening now? Who's he on the phone with? Here's Keanu Carver. I've made you a coffee. Oh, I wouldn't drink that. Drink the coffee. Here's Cam Hendricks. I wouldn't drink the coffee. Cam Hendricks has got a bit of size to him, hasn't he? Go, 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 go. Let's go, man. I love Kelly Armstrong's start of her music. Go. Kelly Armstrong, a real standout from Evolve. Jumped out straight away when we were watching those early episodes. Very athletic, explosive. She's got plenty to say. I don't mind the music at all. Go, go. Okay, Callie, we're still learning about her in NXT. We haven't seen loads of her. Here comes Kelani Jordan. Okay, tag match coming up. Where are we time-wise? We've got about 45 minutes. K-Dub said Callie drips swag. iShowSpeed said he's going to return to WWE soon. He said, I'm going to come back to WWE. Don't worry. Speed will come back very soon. I mean, I'm all right. He's not the most offensive celebrity we've ever had, so, you know. Okay, we're going to get underway with this. I don't really need this match to take too long. Better sounded. We are underway with match number... I don't know, what match number is this? 1, 2, 3... Match number 4. Right now, we've got Wren in there with Kelani, trying to grab the leg. Who needs speed when we've already got an influencer in Logan, says Brian. It's a fair point. Back slap tag there by Callie. Callie in there. She almost got taken down. Oh, no, does get taken down. Like that by Wren. Takes the supporting arm away. Wren keeping on Callie right now. Wren over against the ropes. Kick coming into the midsection. Cadet said, I've not watched this in months. Does anyone know where the Jasper Troy guy has been? Oh, he's popped up from time to time. It's not a major focus for them at the moment. Oh, down comes Kendal. Oh, there we go. Shoulders down. Kendal, front face lock in on Callie. And obviously these two have got a rich history. Gets driven back in the corner. Back slap tag. In comes back elbow. We've got Callie, Kendal, Kelani. My brain's trying to quickly go through. Okay, Callie on the outsides. Kendal in there with Kelani. We've got too many Ks. We got too many Ks. This is a nightmare. Kendal on her feet. Duck underneath. Round the back of Kelani. Back elbow there. Just grabbing Kendal right now. Over against the ropes. In comes Wren. Thank God Wren's coming in. Thank God Wren is coming in. Over she goes. Here's Callie. She goes over. Benito. Hello, Benito. My dream moment is to have Wep and Williams podcast combine forces to have 4 screw-ups, 1 wrestling escape pods. I hope that show's going well. I saw the thumbnail for that the other day. It looked really fun. So I'm sure it's always great whenever I get a chance to tune in. So yeah, Dave and William doing their own regular show. Is it a Sunday, William, that it airs? Don't forget, when it comes to the wrestling escape pods, we're doing Web's Got Talent. It's probably worth mentioning that here as well, because there's probably a lot of people in this community that would like an opportunity to kind of, you know, speak to the community. So you can do that on the wrestling escape pods. You just send in a video about a minute long, and it's just, we're going to have people vote for what was the best video. So we're just looking for, I don't know, talents or collections or anything that you can do within a minute that's going to get votes, that's going to, you know, end up with you getting the victory, really. So, and we're just going to do that, open to everyone. You just have to send the video to Tommy Toy Travels at gmail.com. That's it. Make it about a minute long, and it could be showing off an amazing collection. It could be telling some jokes. It could be telling an interesting story. Maybe you got a really good story that you think people will be really interested in. That could do it, couldn't it? If you've got a really great story, people might really enjoy it and then vote for you to win. It doesn't have to be that you have to juggle fire or anything like that, right? Could be anything. I suppose it's just open to anything. So, yeah, we've had some comedy videos before. People doing some fun skits, dressing up. We've had people dressing up as, like, Bray and The Fiend. We've had people doing jokes. We've had people showing off collections. We've had lots of different things. I don't think we've ever had magic or impressions. That'd be quite good. But, yeah, if you want to take part, not this Thursday, but next Thursday, we're doing Wep's Got Talent, so it's worth mentioning here because might just get a few new people thinking of taking part. Tommy Toy Travels, just a minute long video. And then the plan is we're going to show them all, and then we'll get people to vote, and we'll obviously crown a winner. I can see why you're not eligible for Web's Got Talent. There's just too much talent, said Benito. It would be unfair, but that is correct. Bang. Down comes Kelani on Wren. So I believe we're at commercial break right now. We got 40 minutes to go. What do we think of Kelani faction with Callie and either Layla, or I do like Layla. I think, is she out with an injury at the moment? Layla Diggs. I like Layla Diggs. Or Jada. I think you could elevate all three. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be down with that. I'd put Layla in. I really like Layla. I think Callie and Layla are both very new from Evolve. So obviously that would position Kelani as the de facto leader, as the experience. Yeah, I wouldn't be down on that. I think that's a good idea. Crowd are applauding away. Are we doing Triple Mania? Yes, Lucas, I think we are. I'm very much looking forward to that. I don't get how the Friday one is going to work, though, because I believe that's going to be on, the same day as SmackDown. So I'm a bit confused. I'm guessing it's going to air after. So that is going to be very messy. Kick out there. Shoulder up. Jim said, I would do something, but I'm pure. Jim, people would love it if you did something. People want to know more about the man that has been here from the beginning. For people that don't know, Jim has been with this channel since 2016, since the very early stages. Jim has been with this channel for 10 years and does not get the recognition he deserves. Jim is one of the very first people I remember commenting on the earliest videos. Respects. People would love it, Jim. If you took part, you should do it, but even if you just introduced yourself, I reckon you'd get votes. The man behind the myth. Right now, we've got, whoa, lovely suplex there by Kendal and to Callie as well. AB said, I've got a 3-meat pizza. Very nice. I'm actually going out in Birmingham later. Just going for something to eat. I bought my dad a present for Christmas where you go around Birmingham and you go and see certain sites. Because he grew up in Birmingham. So I said, we'll do that one day. We'll go to Birmingham and we'll have a look around and you can show me, I used to go here, I used to drink here and all that sort of stuff. And he was like, yeah, that sounds good. That'd be nice. So we're doing that tomorrow. So I'm out at Birmingham tomorrow with my dad. So hopefully I might have a few stories. I might have some nice food that we went and had. Oh, lovely back elbow there. Who knows? I might even have a 3-meat pizza just like you. Clothesline there by Kendal. Chop coming in. Big chop there by Wren. And again, down goes Kelani. Back elbow there by Wren. Kelani getting back up to her feet. Kendal is on the outside. Callie on the outside. Kelani getting planted. Right now, she's looking for double underhooks. Looked like she was going for a butterfly suplex. Didn't get it. I think this match has been pretty fun. On the outsides. Yeah. Wren has just been planted. Shoulder up. That was good. That was actually quite good. The fact that Kendal was distracting the ref there. Okay. Callie is in. The Herb Dean of NXT. Okay, spinning around, Wren. Oh, driving Callie down. Going over. Final wrenches in. But Kelani Jordan taking the legs away. Oh, she's getting Kendal taking Kelani out. She goes into the ring steps. Wren in the ring is getting rolled up by Callie. Reversed. 1, 2. Kick out. Against the ropes. Big power slam. Big power slam. Callie. Oh, she's got speed, mate. Look at this. It's like looking at a female Bron Breaker colliding into Wren. Going for the cover. Callie gets the pin. Gets the win. All gas, no brakes. Go, go, go. I really like Callie. She's one for the future. She's one for the future. They're all ones for the future. Yeah, I think there's some elements in there that I really like. Okay, Callie's dancing away, and actually Kelani does not look very impressed. She is not happy, is she? She is not happy that she was not the one that picked up the victory there. Okay, we're getting down to the final half an hour, the final 35 minutes. There's Callie like, yeah, come on, join in. Kelani Jordan, her face is looking absolutely livid. In the ring, we got Kendal, we got Wren. No gas, no brakes. Sugar Man. Sugar Man. This has to end. Dion Lennox and Saquon. It has to end, guys. It has to end. Okay, here we go. Sit down interview. I thought I had some time whilst you got your kids out the booster seat. Where is Cutler and Osiris? You wouldn't beat me. You wouldn't touch me at all if it weren't for the numbers, said Saquon. You think I'm scared of this Lone Ranger version of you? How about you see me in a steel cage? Okay, let's put some weapons in there. You're a great football player, but you cannot touch me any other way. So we're doing a steel cage match next week with weapons in there. It is fun to spin on your chair. Okay. I'm up next. You're up never. What I'm going to do next week is not coming out of anger. I'm going to make sure the sun sets on Saquon Sugars. Okay, that was okay. I didn't hate it. I think I need a translator and closed captions for this segment, says Jim. Let's move that there. Okay. Sun is never set in on Saquon, said King Notorious. As a wider beta enthusiast, I agree. A wider beta enthusiast. What's that, Alex? What's a wider beta? You didn't mean wife beater, did you? You're not a wife beater enthusiast. I don't know that we have room in the community for one of those, to be honest. I'm hoping that was not a typo. As a wife beater enthusiast, I agree. Shiz pees me off. That is how it reads, Alex. Benito said, I can only imagine what Carmen Live's talent would be. An ARW Pro Showcase. I think that he would come in, and I think that he'd be able to name every ARW Pro wrestler match. Like, do you know what I mean? It'd be like masterminds. He'd just be like answering everything. He'd be answering them before the questions were even asked. Very impressive. TJF said, Days, 10 years. You started this channel when you was 11. That's impressive. I was an early bloomer. What can I say? I didn't bother with school. I went straight into work. And I decided I was just going to leave that and go straight into YouTube. So, yeah. I suppose the bigger question is, why was Jim watching an 11-year-old talk about wrestling 10 years ago? That's the bigger question, isn't it? There's a lot of questions actually being asked right now of Alex and his wife beating situation, of Jim and his watching 11-year-old situation. Yeah, there's a lot that's kind of come out the past 5 minutes. Days, have you considered filing a trademark for the Wrestling Days logo? Not really. If someone stole it, I'd just make a new one. I don't think the channel's that big of a deal. Honestly. How long have we been covering wrestling? 10 years since the channel started, yeah. When I was 11, so. Carmen's here. Days, what's up? Carmen, this is the time that people get so excited for. What have you got for people this week, Carmen? What has been going down in Hammond, Indiana? Have you been to any ARW Pro shows? Have you been to any backbreaker wrestling shows? Did you think about going but didn't actually go? That's one that people enjoy. What have you been up to, Carmen? What have you been up to? Days, the real influence at 11. Big Time said, Days, WrestleTix has got Worlds Collide in Chicago at 8.7 versus All Out at 6.3. It's worth mentioning WWE made the announcement AEW already had 4.8, so only 1.5 moved. That is low, isn't it? That is low. All Out, is that not their big show? Like that's their big, like, do you know what I mean? Stadium situation. And it's at 6.3. When is that? Same night as what? Worlds Collide. That's September. So there's a little way to go, isn't there? But, I mean, I'm guessing that's in, I don't know. Well, where is that? What's the venue size for that? Probably, is it 10? 12? If WWE have managed to book Allstate, that means that All Out are going to be in another venue, aren't they? Don't really know where else they would be. But I must admit, I would have expected All Out to have done better numbers than that. Did you hear about the Joshua Fury fight? No. Is it happening? Is it announced? I know there's been a lot of chatter about what country it's going to take place in. Jared said, you're 21. I'm 21. But you want to see the Simpsons movie in 2007. You can't pull a fast one on me. Yeah, I saw it. What's the problem? I was 2. Days, WWE booked same city and date at All Out with Punk in Chicago. They're about 10-15 minutes apart. Yeah, but what's the venue for All Out? Would you like to see Owens beat Punk? I would, Daryl, yeah. I would do that personally. I would not mind if we went down that road. I don't think too many people would mind if we went down that road. I think Kevin gets a lot of support. Shiloh versus Jackson Drake. So this is going to be our main event for this week. Is this man 100%? Oh, yeah, that is true. He's coming back, isn't he, from a broken cheekbone? Forgot about that. Oh, my God. Dude, this picture is now absolutely... I've got to get a screenshot of this. Bum bum bum. I wonder if I can show you. I really want people to see what I'm having to try and work with here, because I think it's actually impressive. Okay, Jackson Drake has made his way down. Bum, bum, bum. What the hell is Booker on about? Where's the fog? Okay, we are underway. The bell has sounded. Shiloh obviously has got an opportunity here. The picture has got a touch better. Okay, right now we got Shiloh round the back. Look at this. Flipping, look at this. That's amazing, isn't it? That's what it looked like on my screen as they were making their way out. I mean, it is a bit better than that now, to be honest. But that is just a glimpse of what I'm trying to watch this week. I've got to get this fixed, man. I gotta get it fixed. You can still make out that it's Micah with Jackson on her shoulders, though. I mean, you can still make it out, but flip it out. It's not right, mate. It's not right. It is a bit better than that now, though. So, I mean, I can kind of more clearly make out what's going on. But Chop's coming in there by Jackson. Goes over the other side. Carmen said last Tuesday to yesterday, during the day, my house had no power due to a storm that happened. Power is now back on in my neighborhood. Wow. Carmen losing power in his area. When was that? Last Tuesday? Was you not on the stream last Tuesday? 1, 2, did you lose the power after the stream? Oh, shot coming in there by Brad Baylor. I don't remember you not being here last Tuesday. Micah over the other side, distracting. Micah distracting. Vanity Projector beating up on Shiloh. Numbers game. Back in the ring goes Shiloh. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Okay, so right now we've got Jackson Drake in there, we've got Shiloh in there, and we are going to commercial break. DB said, that looks like 8-bit. Absolutely. Well, I wish it was 8-bit. It's a very low resolution. It looks like internet issues, said Spawny. I would agree. Because I can't imagine that if that's what everyone else was watching, I'm sure someone would make a comment. Bang, stomp coming in. Funny though, isn't it? Because we don't really get issues. I mean, according to my thing, I don't have any drop frames for our stream. So how is my internet so poor that the picture looks like that, but good enough to actually stream out? Perhaps this obviously takes priority, which I am grateful for. And perhaps that's just working with what's left. But if that's working with what's left, that would say to me there ain't much left, is there? That would say to me we're really using up all the bandwidth. Okay, you lot said that last match was good 93. I'm quite surprised, actually, that you didn't enjoy it more than that. But you didn't. Women's tag match, good 93. I don't think this NXT so far has kept on the momentum of SmackDown and Raw. I think this has been the weakest of the 3 shows for this week. Well, if you can count SmackDown as being this week. Stomp coming in there by Jackson. You need to connect your ISP with that picture. You need to contact your ISP with that picture. Oh, your internet service provider. Well, it's not. It's because I'm in the countryside. I'm in the countryside, so I mean, like, I have to get it through 5G. So, yeah, I mean, my broadband, I don't have broadbands. We have internet that comes into the house, but it maxes out at like 8 meg. It's terrible. There is just no real good internet around here. So you have to use things like Starlink. And I've got like a 5G router which uses the mobile phone network. So we've always done streaming that way. Every stream I've ever done from this location has always had to be done over like 5G masts, and it costs a fortune as well. I spend like £120 odd a month just on internet. It's crazy, isn't it? No wonder I ain't making much progress on saving for a place. Back elbow there by Jackson. It looks like my TV during some of the entrances on Raw and SmackDown, said Draco. Oh, really? Does yours get like that? Pat said, is that dial-up connection? No, it feels like it. There's just not broadband in this area. So, I mean, it is just like basic internet connection, which apparently is like, every time I put my postcode in, it comes back, there's no plans to upgrade your area. And it's like, well, there should be, actually, because I've been waiting a long time now. 1, 2, I think the whole broadband kind of network could be upgraded in the UK. It's, you know, it's fine. Certainly if you're in a big city, it's absolutely fine. But once you start venturing away from that, it can start to get a bit sketchy. It's certainly sketchy around here. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We've got 18 minutes to go, my friends. 18 minutes. I wish this show was a bit more exciting. Perhaps it will be now. Perhaps these are going to be the greatest 18 minutes of our lives. Let's go. We're still going to try and do a breakdown. It might just be 5 minutes of me going... It was all right. I've seen better. Shot blocked there by Shiloh. Shot coming in by Shiloh. Jackson going back against the ropes. Couple of chops coming in. The Zilla segment could be good if we do still have a Zilla segment. I think I saw at the start they said there was a contract sign-in. Step up Inzaguri there by Jackson. Going against the ropes. Goes over Shiloh. Shiloh against the ropes. Bang! Big clothesline. Down goes Jackson. Shiloh looking at the camera. All excited. Wide-eyed. It looks like that fog is... I'm not sure about this fog thing. I'm not sure about this fog thing. Crowded with Shiloh, though. We got some Shiloh chants. Here we go. Coming in, picking him up. Oh, hello. Bailey in the gym working towards something. Let's have a look at that footage, shall we? Here's Bailey. There's probably some music that we're going to need to block. There we go. Bailey in the gym getting locked in for a return to the ring. So, there we go. Putting in the work. Putting in the work. Kick coming in. Goes up. Ooh, big shot there by Shiloh. Big shot by Shiloh. Jackson Drake goes down. Micah jumping up on the outside of the ring. She's proven to be a distraction. That's going to allow Vanity Project to once again grab Shiloh. Oh, referee getting physical. Referee actually stopping. Oh, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. Out of there! Out of there! Derek Sanders, Colonel Sanders, telling Vanity Project they gotta go. That is a finger-licking good decision from the referee as Shiloh goes over the top to the outsides. Micah is picking up Ricky Smokes. She's grabbing Brad Baylor. She's taking them both to the back. Gets the rope, Shiloh. Big shoulder tackle. Shiloh going to the outsides. He's looking to climb up. Pat, shout out to you, buds. Carmen said I could possibly go to St. Mary Hildebrand to see Backbreaker Wrestling on Saturday if there is power at the St. Mary Hildebrand Hall that night. Oh, hello. Oh, Naraku! Naraku with some mist. Just misted Shiloh. Well, I didn't expect Naraku to pop up and missed. Jackson Dre comes down on Shiloh. That's going to put Shiloh on collision with Naraku. Jackson's got the win. Wow. There we go. Naraku gets involved. Dun, dun, dun. Let's go. What happened? I missed it, said K-Dub. That's good. Naraku with the mist. Spraying it in the face of Shiloh. And it means that Jackson Drake gets the win. Right, we got Zarya backstage with Robert Stone. Here is Callie. What you got for me? I just pinned the speed champ. After Heatwave, there won't be a speed title to challenge for, says Zarya. Listen here, you red-headed heifer. Listen here, you red-headed heifer. Zarya's taller than Callie, but I think it's only because she tends to wear those really big, like, boots. Okay, is that Zilla? Zilla is here. He puts pen to paper next. Please be a good segment. Please. Please be a good segment. Zilla, I need you. I need you right now. Give me a good segment. You can be the thumbnail. Yeah? How about that? Zilla showed up. When did Callie turn heel, said Bishop? I think she's always been heel. She was heel in Evolve. She was the heel champ as Kendal was trying to get the belt from her. Does America get Virgin Media, said DP. Don't know. Was that the police that dropped him off to work? I don't think that's a service the police have provide, is it? I didn't notice him getting out of a police car, but God, I hope he did. I hope he did. Right now, we're at commercial break. We got 10 minutes left to go this week. It's not been a vintage episodes, but that's okay. Oh, God, I really want him to have got out of a police car now. Days, what do we think is next for Gunther? He retired Cena almost a year ago. I think it's Finn Balor. And I'm hoping we build on that on Friday. Throat tattoos look dumb, says Jim. Just got an image here of Lexis King's nipples, if you want to enjoy those. And also his chest. The price I pay for being the fastest man alive. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say anything, but they are a little bit droopy. Anyone else feel this way? Do you know what I mean? I think mine are a lot more pert. Yeah, that's right. This is the conversation we're having right now. That's correct. Lexis Sad Nipples King. I've never noticed until this moment right now. They look very sad. They look very down on themselves. Maybe not all of us were blessed with very pert nipples, but here we are. Just something new we've all learnt today. I'm putting it in the folder. I'm not sure I'll mention what I just said during the breakdown. Maybe I will, I don't know. Depends how fruity I'm feeling. We are at commercial break right now. We should be coming back. We've only got 8 minutes to go, so time is ticking away. No, I don't think it was a police car. I really wanted it to be a police car. Why did it look like you were in an ITV news studio, said J-Dub. Do you know, I wanted a news background in case there was any breaking news. So I did just go to AI and just ask it to sort of come up with, and I think it has literally just stolen the ITV news background. Because I agree with you, it does feel that way, doesn't it? I said, like, can you give me like a news background? Something you would see on TV. I think it has literally just gone and stole the ITV news backgrounds. What are they going to do about it? They'll do nothing. Yeah? They'll do nothing. Come at me, bro. Perhaps I am in the ITV news studio. Just think about that. I wonder if I could get a different sort of background for the news, but just, you know, I mean, like, I don't know. What do they use in Iran? That would be quirky, wouldn't it? What do they use in North Korea? Oh, that might be the one. That might be the one. Perhaps I should start delivering the news like one of those North Korean women. Do you know what I mean? Very, like, sat up straight, very reading a script. Constantly refer to the leader. I'll constantly keep talking about the wrestling news, but occasionally drop in about the Supreme Leader and how great the Supreme Leader is and the wisdom of the Supreme Leader. That'd be a very different way of delivering wrestling news. It's good to be original. It's good to stand out. I don't think my ITV setup is doing it, is it? You're right. Here's Robert Stone. Zilla Fatu. Here we go. So we're hearing the music, obviously, for the first time, and it is just his name being repeated. Zilla. Zilla. We're seeing the graphics as well. Lots of smoke. We got some Samoan imagery. It's all right. I don't hate it. I don't know that I massively love it either. I mean, to be honest, when it actually breaks into the bulk of the song, it sounds quite generic. I don't know, you know. It's okay, but I like the Zilla bits at the start. Okay, Zilla comes over to Booker, and there is some respect being shown. The takeover is here, says Booker. Zilla at ringside. Yeah, the actual theme is quite generic, isn't it, when it breaks into it? Crowd is still chanting Fatu. Not a fan of the theme, said Wrestling Fan. That's understandable. I think it could have been worse. That's what I'm going to say. It could have been worse. I don't know if that's good, though. I don't know if it could have been worse is what we're looking for. It could have been trouble, trouble, that's me. Cherry lips and some iced tea. I don't know what the words are. Hello, hello. Zilla, Zilla. Hello. Okay. I'm starting with the #1 wrestling company in the world. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I never thought I'd be here, but I'm here now, though. Yes, you are. I'm here to let my talent speak for itself. I made a lot of folks mad last week. Get used to it. Okay, Grayson's coming out. Okay, so Cruz is in the crowd. Grayson's trying to come down the entranceway. Tony was on that platform. Oh, wow. His first match is going to be a title match. So what, he faces the winner, does he? Or You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. Oh, it's going to be a fatal four-way. So it is a fatal four-way. Yeah, well, I love the fact that Robert Stone's continued to be fair to Tony. I mean, it's hard to be down on the match because, you know, the match will be exciting. You know, the kind of four big names that we've got. You could say five with Naraku, but they're all going to be going up against each other at Heatwave. As well as that, we got Kendal Gray taking on Kelani Jordan. Cruz is... These security are never effective. How are they able to keep Cruz Montana back right now? Security in wrestling is like absolutely god-awful. Except on this occasion right now where Grayson's being kept back, Cruz is being kept back. Mate, the one person that should be absolutely losing their mind right now is Tony D'Angelo. Tony D'Angelo should be absolutely livid. If Tony D'Angelo was to go up to Robert Stone and go, you screwed me. You're screwing me right now. He'd have a point, wouldn't he? Because he ain't done nothing wrong. Well, there we go. That was NXT. And, I mean, look, if this is a show you don't normally watch, it's normally better than that. I think there's still stuff that you can get from it. Obviously, we've took some steps forward in regards to Heatwave. We had a couple of decent matches, but I still think the best part of the show was the opening match. I don't know that anything really bettered that. And it's always a shame when that happens. You kind of start with a hot start and it's all exciting, and then you never really get beyond it. So that's a little bit of a shame. But as we said, we've kind of got somewhere. We've ended up with the match graphic as well, which we've got here. You can see SlamX. They're putting it up. So Tony, Zilla, Grayson, Cruz Montana goes down on Sunday, August 30th. Obviously, we're going to be doing this. I don't know if this collides with an AEW show. Probably does, knowing WWE. But obviously, we're doing this. So Tony, Zilla, Grayson, Cruz. I mean, it's not bad for a main event. I'm not crazy about how we've actually got to it, but it's not bad as a main event. Let me just add it to the folder. And there was another match as well that has been obviously made already, which I don't know if we've got that graphic, but that was Kendal and Kelani. Kendal and Kelani. It doesn't look like anyone's put that match graphic up, but that is the other one that's been announced. I think they're the only two matches that have been announced for Heatwave so far. So he's been added anyway. Just cut a little promo. They kept it short for him as well. It's fine. Yeah, it's all right. Not a good promo. Definitely needs work. Zilla's delivery was terrible, said WrestleRants. Can tell hard that he was trying to mimic Solo's charisma, says WrestleRants. Oh. Alex said it's same day as All In, which I'm going to watch. I wish they wouldn't try and counter NXT, said Alex. Zilla obviously going to win, said Brian. Days AEW All In starts at 1 p.m. Heatwave starts at 3. So they will overlap then, because there's no way that obviously AEW will be done by 3. So it will overlap. I'm going to give it some time, but tonight was not a good show, said WrestleRants. Empire Warren said, Jay is terrible on the mic. He has got Ultimate Warrior energy, so people buy into it. Carmen said, Days, I joined last Tuesday with Wi-Fi connection. I was talking about ARW Pro. I had to leave the stream. Carmen, shout out to you. I hope your situation improves. The show could have been better. It did feel underwhelming, said Lucas. Okay, so let's get the final thoughts in for the Zilla segment, which was not very long. So there's probably not loads of thoughts that we can really have from it. I'm giving the show a 5. It was okay, but it was also missable, said Jared. I don't think that's unfair, to be honest. It's just a shame, actually, because I think that NXT is in a really good place at the moment. And we were obviously talking yesterday during our Raw stream about, hey, come and join us on a Tuesday. Zilla's here now. And, you know, there's some good stuff going on. I stand by that. I think NXT does have some good stuff going on. I just don't think we put our best foot forward this week, that's all. But hopefully people saw something that they enjoyed from this week's episodes. And as we said, I do think Heatwave is going to shape up to be a really good show. I also think they set up some decent matches for next week as well. We can just quickly look at that. This will be in the breakdown. Breakdown won't take too long. Breakdown won't be as long as usual. But here's next week's matches. Look, we got Ray Phoenix against EK Prosper. That is going to bang, mate. Ray Phoenix, EK Prosper. That is going to be a great match. Saquon Sugars against Dion Lennox in a weaponized steel cage, right? Might not be two guys that we're crazy about, right? I don't hate them, but, you know, their matches have been okay at best. But it's going to be a weaponized steel cage. Then we've got Too Strong Armstrong. Go. Yeah, in action against Zarya. Yeah, the red-headed heifer. So that's going to be a match we've got going down next week as well. So I actually think next week looks like it could be okay. Looks like it could be pretty fun. So hopefully just a bit of a blip. So there we go. That was NXT. I'm going to go and do the breakdown. We will do opinion video as well. But a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Hope you got something from this. I hope you got something from this show. Don't lose too much heart if you weren't really grabbed this week. As we said, I think next week looks pretty good, actually. That card does not look too bad to me. And we're getting ever closer, of course, to Heatwave, which is in just about 11-12 days time. So it's a week this weekend. So this weekend we're doing AAA, and then next weekend we've got Heatwave. So there we go. Right, I'll see you guys in a moment for the breakdown. Thanks for the support. Thanks for joining the stream. As I said, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you again next time.